the Grey Cup, Sunday morning on TSN. TSN, Canada's sports leader.
In a game built on pride and passion, 4 teams have emerged from across the land to battle for national supremacy, each of them looking to continue their run towards a berth in the Vanier Cup. For the past 2 seasons, the St. Mary's Huskies have dominated the landscape of Canadian university football. Fueled by the strength of their high-powered offense, the Huskies have twice lifted the Vanier Cup high.
Winner and still champion. The top dogs still belong in Halifax.
Now the 2-time defending champions are looking to punch their ticket to the championship one more time as they gun for an unprecedented 3rd straight title. But today they'll face a new challenge in the form of the Simon Fraser clan. After 36 years of playing football in the U.S., SFU has returned to Canada. Now in only their 2nd season in the CIS, Simon Fraser has emerged from the West to challenge for the title. The Mitchell Bowl promises to be a wild shootout as Laval heads to Hamilton to face McMaster. Both teams dominated their respective leagues all season long, but now one team must fall by the wayside as the road to the Vanier Cup is drawing to a close. 4 teams will start the day dreaming of championships, but only 2 will harness the desire to vie for the title. It all begins at the inaugural UTeck Bowl. Simon Fraser, St. Mary's, now.
We are 1 week away from the Vanier Cup, which will be held in Toronto. Right now, we are in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Husky Stadium, the St. Mary's Huskies trying to make it back to a 3rd straight Vanier Cup, hosting the Simon Fraser clan from the West Coast. Doubleheader Saturday here on TSN. And hi, everybody. Good morning to those of you watching in Western Canada. Alongside a shivering Jamie Bone, I'm a shivering Rod Black. It's cold, it's snowy, it's blustery. I guess it's perfect for the Huskies.
Hey, it's Halifax, and it's mid-November, and we got a CIS playoff coming here. We've had blustery winds the last couple of days. The winds are still blowing here, but now we have snow added to the mix.
And let's talk about this Huskies team. They have owned the CIS the last 2 years, and they're 8-1 this year. Their only loss against Laval, who's playing later today against McMaster, and they beat St. FX last weekend to get here. So you'd have to think, again, based on weather and based on all the other factors, that this might be a Huskies' advantage.
I think it would be a Huskies' advantage because they are playing at home. But the other thing is what's amazing about the St. Mary's football team, they lost 12 starters from last year's Vanier Cup, yet they are still on the road and very much in the hunt for their 3rd straight.
Our sidelines reporter today is Paul Hollingsworth. He is with the head coach of the St. Mary's Huskies, Blake Neal. Paul?
Blake, the road to the Vanier Cup for the 3rd time in a row for you goes through Simon Fraser University. What has to happen today to win this game?
Basically, we got to be able to stop the run and the big plays, to Mahoney. I think if we can do that, I'm, confident our offense is going to move the ball, but I think it's on the shoulders of the defense.
Much has been made, of course. This is the first ever UTeck Bowl named after the great and late head coach of the St. Mary's Huskies. On an emotional level, how important is it to your team to win this game today?
Well, this is a great tribute to Larry, and I don't feel, I think that would be just a great for us to be able to come out and win the first UTeck Bowl.
Thanks, Blake. Good luck.
Great, Paul. Take care. Bye.
So lots of emotion here today for the Huskies and for their faithful. Let's talk about the Simon Fraser clan now, a team that's had to come a long way. 4 time zones, as a matter of fact. A team that was 3-3 at one point has gone undefeated since, beat Regina in a score fest in its Canada West semifinal, and then won the Hardy Cup last week against Alberta. Everybody expected that Saskatchewan might get here. It would be a Huskies matchup, but it's not going to be. And the clan, this is the first time ever they've been in a postseason.
And I think what's amazing about them, once ago they were 3-3. They were fighting for a playoff spot. Then they caught on fire. They won 4 in a row. They're hoping to make it 5 in a row and get the first time ever into the Vanier Cup.
And their longtime coach is Chris Beaton. He is standing alongside Paul Hollingsworth.
Coach, a new opponent today, a 2-time Vanier Cup champion. What has to happen for your team to advance to Toronto next week?
Well, I think we just have to play the way we've been playing. We have to execute on offense and do a really good job flying around and using our athleticism on defense. And I think the biggest thing is just staying away from stupid penalties, not turning the ball over. If we can just do those 4 things or execute in all those areas, we'll be fine.
There's some snow in the ground here. Are you concerned how the weather could impact the run today?
Not really. We've been, we've been here for 2 days. The ground is fine. The wind, we practice in that, so no, I don't think it's not a factor at all.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck.
Thank you.
So here we go. The inaugural UTeck Bowl is next. It's SMU and SFU on TSN after this.
The 2003 UTeck Bowl on TSN is brought to you in part by Esquire. It has your name on it. By the Keg Steakhouse and Bar. For great steak, good friends, see you tonight. And by Steel, makers of the world's #1 selling chainsaw.
Jim Wilkes, is that you?
Yeah, that doesn't work. You need the Wind River No Sweat waterproof jacket. Yeah. And while we're at it.
I'm so sorry. Jim? Jim Wilkes?
Well, at least the clothes work.
Mona.
Miss me?
Oh, yeah.
Show me.
How's that? Snap and send digital images, phone to phone or by email. The new camera phone from LG. Life's good.
You got some work right now. Pain is only temporary. Let's go, D. Let's go. 6. Here we go. Let's 7. This a man workout right here. That's 8. Don't quit on me. Give me 2 more. 9. We working now. Practice. Next. Let's go next. Next. Come on. Next.
Is this a special occasion? Hey, see, hon, they even have a maitre d'. It's our anniversary, and I'm treating the missus to a fancy steak dinner. Oh, a new steak burger. It's a fine choice. It's a juicy 5-ounce steak patty, accompanied by succulent bacon and a barbecue sauce demi-glace. Oh, bon appetit. Ooh, fancy schmancy.
The all-new steak burger for a limited time at A&W. The 2003 UTeck Bowl on TSN is brought to you in part by Tissot Swiss Watches since 1853. Tissot, innovators by tradition. And by Magma Communications, www.magma.ca. Demand more, demand better, get Magma.
Well, we must be at Husky Stadium. They are decked out for their Huskies. I'm not so sure too many have made the trip from Vancouver to be here today, but I know a lot of people watching on the West Coast. The Simon Fraser clan. The temperature is 3 degrees Celsius. With the wind chill, I'm not sure what that would be, Jamie, but the wind is going to be a factor. It is here at this stadium. Artificial turf. The Huskies play on this kind of surface all the time. The Simon Fraser clan are a grass team, and again, we got to watch that early on. Weather is going to be a factor for sure. As Simon Fraser prepares to kick off, Luca Conji is their kicker. Watch out for Al Giacalone, number 10, one of the star backs for the St. Mary's Huskies. The winner goes to the Vanier Cup. And here we go. High kick to Giacalone. Started last week with a touchdown, but is met head on, and St. Mary's begins at their 37-yard line. Here is the quarterback, Steve Piniella of the St. Mary's Huskies, and here is their offense.
St. Mary's led by a good group of receivers. 4 of these guys I knew from a year ago, but they got the great running back in Al Giacalone, last week 286 yards. Offensive line anchored by all-conference Ian Ferguson and Chris Sembaleris.
This is a team that does not throw the ball a lot. Pinella, as a matter of fact, only 5 completions last week against St. FX. Giacalone gets a handoff and up the middle. And against St. FX last week, Giacalone started the game on a handoff and took it the distance. Not today. But a nice pickup. Here's the defense for the Plan.
And they're led by outstanding player, number 6, defensive end, Neil McKinley. And the secondary led by number 25, Scott Plumber. He's all-conference in Canada West.
Atnas Mako is wide right. Fraser O'Neill wide left. Second short yardage and a flag on the play. Enrico Hakim with the call, and he goes up the middle. First down yardage, but again, there was some movement on the line.
Yeah, they're going to call Simon Fraser for offside. St. Mary's will accept the penalty and move the ball 5 yards up the field.
Again, a team that has had a lot of changes. Here is our referee today, John Brenton.
First down. I guess I got the 5 yards with Erico Hakim running the ball. Steve Pinella last year was the most valuable player, offensive player in the Vanier Cup. Was a 58% passer last year. Coming in this year, he's dropped about 10%. He's only a 47% passer this year. And a lot of people think that's because he lost 3 of his outstanding receivers.
Giacalone again, only for about 4 yards. St. Mary's Huskies trying to make history here. No team has ever won 3 in a row. 3 teams, including the Huskies, have gone back-to-back.
And, of course, there's my old University of Western Ontario Mustangs.
Yeah, you had to say that.
I had to put that in there. Of course I had to.
And, of course, you're back in your hometown, too, here.
I am. Nice to be back in Halifax.
There's Blake Neal, the head coach, does such a terrific job and has done over the last few years, leading this team down the road to the Vanier. Giacalone on a play action, fake handoff. There's the catch. Down the sideline is Mike McPherson and out of bounds. Big play there from Pinella to McPherson.
It is a nice job by Steve Pinella to hang in the pocket. Pinella gets back. We talked about losing all the receivers, but it's Mike McPherson is the only holdover from a year ago in this group of 4. Comes dragging across the formation. Steve Pinella hangs in there, takes a big hit, but puts the ball right in the money to Mike McPherson for another St. Mary's first down.
Pinella has only gone 21 of 59 over his last 3 games. No touchdowns. And there's Giacalone again, and he is stood right up. And we talked about Neil McKinley, and you're going to see number 6 in on a lot of plays here today.
Well, Neil McKinley is a Canada West nominee for Stand-Up Defensive Player of the Year. That's the President's Trophy, which will be awarded next week in Toronto. I mean, he comes into this game second in sacks in the CIS with 8, and he's had 7 fumble recoveries. I mean, that's absolutely incredible. And they say he's a real dynamite football player, big and rangy. Now, they'll try and protect him with the defensive lineman up front so they can allow him to do what he does best, and that's roam side to side and make big plays. He will always play to the strong side or the wide side of the field.
In the shotgun now for Pinella. Goes up the middle. Hand off to Les Mullins, who has room. A lot of room, and he's in for the score. Well, if Giacalone won't beat you, Les Mullins will.
And, you know, that's the real danger when you try to bring people on a blitz thinking that they're going to throw the football. Because they blitz from the backside, the weak side, and then they run Les Mullins, who's the nominee for the Heck Crichton Trophy from the West. Take a look at the left side of your screen. They're bringing folks, bang, nice trap, kick it outside. Now it's just a foot race. Les Mullins last week had a 98-yard run in the Jewett Trophy game against St. FX. This guy's a big back, 6'1", 225, and boy, he can take it to the house.
They call them Thunder and Lightning. Mullins the Thunder, Giacalone the Lightning. And right now, the Huskies strike first. Point after coming. Flag on the play, again, movement. Rodrigo Davalos is the place kicker for the Huskies, and it looks like it's going to be offside against Simon Fraser, so count the point after, and quickly Les Mullins and the Huskies strike first on their opening possession. And this is probably something that this team had to do today, knowing that they might have a jet-lag team coming in here. Huskies strike first. Mullings on a romp. We'll be back.
The irresistible aroma of freshly popped Orville Redenbacher, unlike other snacks, is sure to bring people together.
Welcome to the neighborhood.
Pop up some good times with Orville Redenbacher. Perfect for sharing. Orville time, anytime.
The restyled 265 horsepower Acura MDX. Power and refinement, living in perfect harmony.
My name is Holly.
I'm Kester.
Pam. I'm Laura.
I'm a food stylist. I style food.
I'm a massage therapist. I'm bubbly, energetic, fun. Neurotic. I can get pretty jealous.
I'm pretty free-spirited.
Indulgent? I'd have to say so.
Wait a second.
God, I can't believe I just said that. If I could have one power, it would be the power to heal. Of invisibility. I'd like to read minds.
I'd want to fly. Esquire.
Esquire. What else can I tell you?
3 minutes gone, opening quarter. Vanier Cup semifinal. UTeck Bowl. And the Huskies strike first. Rodrigo Davalos sends it down to Scott Plummer on the kickoff. And the Clan will get the ball now for the first time. And the guy to watch, not only quarterback J.R. Davies, but also number 19, Brendan Mahoney. Let's take another look at Les Mullings' run.
And a real nice block there by Ian Ferguson kicking out, and then Les Mullings just turns on the speed and takes it down the sideline. That's one thing I think St. Mary's are going to try and do today. They will run away from Neil McKinley, the strong side linebacker, try to go back weak side.
Les Mullings from Hamilton, Ontario, and that's later today. We'll send you to Hamilton to watch the Marauders and Laval, and there's J.R. Davies, the quarterback for the Clan. Marty Kipps is their running back, number 29. You're going to see a lot of him today. We're going to see a lot of ground play today from both sides. You'd have to think. Here's the offense for the Clan.
And, they're led by Marty Kipps, who last week in the Hardy Cup trophy game had 215 yards rushing. The other guy, keep your eye on Brendan Mahoney at wide receiver. Offensive line, a pretty good group. 2 conference all-stars there, Ibrahim Khan and Adam Krasinski.
Ibrahim Khan, number 60, is getting a lot of talk. A lot of scouts have been watching him, not only from the CFL, but also from the NFL. Look out for him. Second and short yardage, it looked like there was a fumble. And turnovers were a problem last week, but the whistle had blown. And it looks like they had stuffed Marty Kipps there, so the Clan are going to have to kick the ball away.
All sorts of all-stars in this Husky defense. Bruce Nelson, of course, in the defensive line, and Jeff Moody, former All-Canadian linebacker. And the secondary, led by 2 pretty good players, Andre Knight at corner and Sebastian Clovis in the inside safety position. Both are conference all-stars.
So Luca Conji will kick the ball away. 2 and out for Simon Fraser. Giacalone is back again. End over end kick. Giacalone trips up down to his 25-yard line, waits, and will have nowhere to go. Comes up the sidelines. Whoa. Giacalone's still up, but the play was whistled down. You're watching the UTeck Bowl on TSN.
If these walls could talk, they'd say use the new Straight Line Stud Finder. The sensor activates on contact, so you just locate, mark, and there's your stud. Stud Finder, part of the Straight Line Laser Tool family.
CFL Countdown to Grey Cup.
Forecast calls for heavy weather.
But on the field, every man for himself.
With this Eskimo team, there is the duality of synchronicity that just football.
CFL Countdown to Grey Cup, Sunday morning on TSN.
This is not reality TV. This is reality.
Thursday to Sunday, TSN is proud to present complete coverage of the President's Cup. Nicholas and the U.S. team take on Player and his international team in this showcase of the very best golf in the world. The 2003 President's Cup. Complete coverage runs Thursday to Sunday on TSN. For up-to-the-minute highlights of the 2003 President's Cup and comprehensive coverage of the PGA Tour, tune into SportsCenter on TSN.
Coming up next, we head to Iverwin, McMaster Marauders, Jesse Lumsden, his team against Laval. That's a very good team. Hey, you're on TV right now. There's some of the students watching here, but I'd say they're sucks staying inside today, or they didn't get tickets. There's Pinella handing off to Mullings. Great campus atmosphere here every year. St. Mary's Huskies football squad the last couple of years have owned the land.
Andy. Well, we talk about St. Mary's, and you know, you bring in Laval because the only loss that they had this year was to Laval when they did the cross-conference game, and Laval came down here to St. Mary's, and Blake Nill, talking to him yesterday, said, you know what, we were beaten every aspect of that big game. They were annihilated by Laval, 49-8. And he said, you know, I have more points scored against me in that game than I have in the AUS in the last 2 seasons.
Wow. 2nd and 7. Pinella, throwing situation. Looking for Mako. Atlas Mako to the first down. What a story Atlas Mako is. Young man who came to this country when he was 9 years old from a war-torn Mozambique. Lost his parents at a young age in a fire in that country. Came here to Atlantic Canada after playing some sports in the Vancouver area. He not only plays for the Huskies football team, but also their basketball team.
But can you imagine 9 years old and hops on a freighter as a stowaway and then comes across from Mozambique, Africa, all the way into Vancouver, and then is lucky enough to get adopted by somebody, and he says he's going to go back and try to find his sister who's still over in Mozambique.
Mullings plowing close to another first down.
You know, it's one of the nice things that they have with St. Mary's in their offense. If you take a look at Atlas Mako, you know, drafted already by the BC Lions 2 years ago, but he was only in his first year of playing at St. Mary's in football, but, you know, he was eligible for the draft because I guess he had played junior football. But also a fine basketball player here as well. But, you know, one thing that's interesting about that story, and it was in the papers yesterday, is that he said he didn't really want to tell a lot of people about it because he said, I don't want anybody to feel sorry for me or to pity me or anything, because he said, that's not what I'm about.
What a success story, though, Atlas Mako. And a success story so far as a football player here. 22 catches this season, a couple of touchdowns.
And, you know, the important thing that St. Mary's are doing here right now is that they're driving the ball. I mean, they're not getting necessarily big plays, but they're continuing to keep that Simon Fraser offense on the sidelines. And, you know, it's cold here, and they're not used to the cold. You know, you warm up for, you know, a good 20 minutes, and then you're going to have to sit on the sidelines for almost half an hour.
Fraser O'Neill wide left, Atlas Mako near side of the field. Giacalone in the backfield. On the pitch, Giacalone, right side. He's got some room. Giacalone on the sideline. Another St. Mary's first down.
Well, you know, Rob, we talked about how Neil McKinley was such a great football player on defense for Simon Fraser. You can tell right now what St. Mary's game plan is. They are running away from the strong side. Everything is weak side. This is short side of the field. McKinley's on the other side. They just reach blocking people. Atlas Mako makes a pretty nice block. And they get Giacalone outside alone. St. Mary's game plan right now, you can see it. They're throwing short side. They're going to run to the short side. They're going to try to neutralize Neil McKinley.
Now from the 38, 1st and 10 for the Huskies with 8.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. 7-0 already. Giacalone on the reverse. Giacalone again. And the ball
red ball, red ball.
The official saying it's red ball. It'll be tough to hang on to that football today. I mean, the field might not show it right now. We were down there earlier. It's a little slippery, and naturally with the cold and the snow, the ball's going to be a little dicey too.
Well, fake the trap inside, then they have Giacalone lined up as a slot outside, then they give him the reverse. Pretty good hit coming up there, and the ball pops away, but he... Now look at these yardage last week when he put that huge. I mean, 286 yards rushing. Okay, as long as 91. Now what you haven't got up there is are his special teams numbers, which I think were like 170 yards. Quite an athlete. You know, first year with St. Mary's, a transfer from the University of Calgary Dinosaurs, played 2 seasons with them, and then played junior football out there. And then Blake Nill managed to get him here at St. Mary's.
Mullings again. If it's not Giacalone again, it's Mullings, that two-headed monster that the Huskies have.
Well, what a dilemma you have as a head coach. Who do you play? I mean, because usually they only play one tailback, and they play Eriko Hakeem as the fullback. So, you know, they're both fresh backs. They both get a lot of chance to play. And you think, you know, Giacalone's gotten all the ink the last little while, but Les Mullings was the head Creighton nominee out of this conference.
And those awards to be handed out next week in Toronto. A week from today, it's the Vanier Cup, and the Huskies, looking good so far, want to make it back. Manella passing, trying to pass, he's sacked. Waited too long, could not find a receiver, and he is dropped for a big loss.
Yeah, this is just a case where Steve Pinella doesn't see anything downfield. And you got Ross McLaren, number 84, defensive end, just works really, really hard, gets even with him, and then pushes hard inside and makes a sack and Pinella on the backside. Chris Cowan against Ross McLaren did a pretty good job initially, but now you got to get rid of the ball right there. Now you got to get rid of it now. That was a real nice hustling job by Ross McLaren, third-year player out of Coquitlam, BC.
There's Bill Robinson, backup quarterback, and the punter here for the St. Mary's Huskies. Scott Plummer is in his end zone. It gets that far. Again, the wind is blowing from the far side of the field to this side here as Robinson angles it out of bounds around the 12-yard line. It's 7-0 Huskies, 6:37 to go, first quarter.
Introducing the new Chevrolet Aveo. Official car of broken curfew. Introducing the new Chevrolet Aveo. The official car of Frost Ridge.
Oh, it's cold.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
No, you don't. You don't have a cold.
Oh, yes, I do.
You're not sneezing or anything.
Well, I was yesterday, but I took Contact.
Contact helps you breathe easier because it helps relieve sneezes due to nasal congestion for up to 12 hours, so you can get on with your day.
Oh, it's cold. I know what you mean.
No, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do.
Contact helps you get on with your day.
Patience. Stay low. Power. There's one thing I will never stop chasing. The finish line. I'm Katrina LeMay Doan, Power Bar user since 1997.
The visiting Simon Fraser clan. First down and 10 from their 18-yard line, trying to get on the board, try to march the football. J.R. Davies looking to throw. He's going to run it, puts his head down, and is knocked out of bounds by Bonaventura, one of the all-stars here, and last year the defensive most valuable player in the Vanier Cup, Joe Bonaventura.
And, you know, St. Mary's are playing a press coverage on defense right now, coming up really tight man-on-man. Then they have Bonaventura in between. He was coming on a blitz in the inside. They run this play-action pass. Actually, nice cut-down block. But, you know, when you're quarterback coming out, you got to make up your mind. I got to go. Don't slow down. I mean, you know, what's force is mass times acceleration, right? I mean, if you slow down, you're going to take the worst of the hit.
Brendan Mahoney, number 19 on the far side, and J.R. Davies wants to go to the sideline and talk about it right now. There's a timeout right now for Simon Fraser.
Hey, you know, Davies is a real interesting story, Rod. You know, the name, if you're an SFU fan, you would know the name because he's the grandson of Lorne Davies, who was the very first football coach at Simon Fraser, establishing the program back in 1965. Now, he's from Port Moody, BC, but he did spend a year at University of Nevada, Las Vegas. did not play there, wasn't happy there, decided to come back, talked to Chris Beaton, and he decided he was going to come back to SFU. Now, at the beginning of this season, they were not very happy with his play in the first 2 games. You know, they were going to bench him for the 3rd game against Regina, and I believe what happened is that they had wide receiver Brent Cowden was going to be the backup quarterback, and he's standing right there, number 2 beside him. He's a wide receiver. 2 days before the game, Cowden comes down with a bad virus, cannot play, gets scratched. Davies goes into the game and actually throws 4 touchdown passes in that game and solidifies him as the starter and the leader of this football team from the 3rd week of the season.
Well, again, his grandfather with history. Also, Chris Beaton with a lot of history, the head coach of Simon Fraser. In fact, he was the first ever player for Simon Fraser some almost 40 years ago.
And 2 weeks ago, J.R. Davies had a game of his life, 484 yards passing and 5 touchdown passes in that 53-46 victory, first playoff victory for the Clan.
Davies is going to look for Mahoney. Can't find anybody. Flag on the play in the backfield. Davies was knocked on his backside by Tyler Powell. Might be a holding call, and it is against Simon Fraser.
You know, this is just a great job by the secondary back here because, you know, I do like what Davies does. He hangs in there, read 1, read 2, read 3. But you know what? By the time he gets to read 4, it's way too late. So that's kudos to the secondary of the St. Mary's Huskies.
2 secondaries.
Penalty has been declined.
By the way, Jamie, that have played very well this year. St. Mary's, 20 picks, and Simon Fraser with 18 interceptions. So they're good in cover.
And you know, that really is the name of the game. It is turnovers at the side football games. And both of these teams have really high, takeaway ratios.
Luca Conji, number 10. Punted away again for Simon Fraser. Big rush there, almost blocked. Giacalone now grabs the ball, gobbles it up, and goes sideline again. And this will be good field position for the St. Mary's Huskies.
Take a look at Steve Pinella. Oh, here's the block, or a partial block here coming right up the middle.
Guess who? Les Mullins.
Yeah, just like got his fingertips on it. And here we see Steve Pinella coming out. You know, last year, he and Billy Robinson Jr. kind of split quarterbacking duties when Ryan Jones had left. And then this year, you know, after I think his Vanier Cup performance last year, Steve Samara, the offense coordinator, said, you're going to be my quarterback. And Bill Robinson Jr. has really been relegated to being punter and kind of more of a role player. But Pinella has struggled at times this year, and we might see Billy Robinson if he struggles in this game.
Giacalone again. Breaks a couple of tackles. Giacalone with about 17 yards. So the running game ferocious so far for the St. Mary's Huskies.
You know, once again, they're running to the short side of the field. They're trying to run away from McKinley. Really nice cut here, though. That nice lateral movement. Then he finds that seam and gets his shoulder square and goes right up the field. You can see why Giacalone breaks a lot of long runs. I mean, he slides outside really nice, finds that little seam, and then he's got that extra burst of speed.
Mako comes wide right. Fraser O'Neill, the rookie all-star, on the left side. Giacalone in the backfield. 1st and 10 from the 27. Giacalone again gets the call. Another big first down for the Huskies.
You know, there's less than 5 minutes left to go in this quarter, and I think St. Mary's have only run one play to the wide side of the field. They're running weak side run all day long, and you know what? Simon Fraser have not made any adjustments here. And you look, that wasn't a very big seam. You know, Giacalone just gets right through there, and that's a real nice job by him. That's amazing. 75 yards and 8 carries
in the first quarter.
And he doesn't play all the time. You know, if you add Les Mullins numbers in there, they're probably over 100 yards already.
Giacalone smiling right now. Player down on the field.
And, you know, if you're Simon Fraser, you know, you talked about, I think, at the top of the show, how difficult it is for them. I mean,
your body clock.
Right. You got to travel 3,000 or 5,000 kilometers. You know, it's 8 o'clock in the morning to those guys. Now, think of how they even got here. They left on a Wednesday night. They took a red-eye. I mean, you know, the last thing you really want is your team to be really tired. And, you know, earlier in the year, I asked Chris Beaton about this. They played Alberta. I think it was the last loss that they had. And he said they played a Saturday night game. He said, we flew out of B.C. to Edmonton on Saturday. And he said that was a big mistake. And he said, you know, I thought we'd never make that kind of mistake again because the plane was delayed. We were late. You know, the kids weren't into the game. And, you know, but you know, you're talking about 5 hours difference.
A lot of disadvantages piling up on that side of the field. But, you know, you could go against all of that and say this is one big game and a team that has really started to believe in itself.
Right, no question. Yeah, I don't think anybody's trying to make excuses for them. I think we're just trying to say how difficult it is. You know, they play on natural grass, they're on turf. I mean, this is St. Mary's home field. Right, exactly. But, you know, I don't think the travel would be that big of an issue for them because, you know, they travel to Winnipeg to play the Bisons. They travel to Edmonton, of course, and Calgary and Saskatchewan. They all have to fly there, so... But I think it's just a new environment and first time in the playoffs. But, you know, Chris Beaton yesterday talking to him, he felt very confident saying, you know, this is a team that really is believing in itself now.
Great unknown, though, this Simon Fraser team for all of its opposition because they haven't been playing CIS football for 36 years. They were playing south of the border as a Canadian team playing American rules football. Second year playing CIS, and here they are, one win away from the Vanier Cup, but they have to stop these Huskies. 4.5 minutes to go first quarter. Mullings, right side, bursting to the end zone. Yes! Touchdown!
Wow, everybody thinks of Les Mullins as a power back, but I tell you, he's got that extra kick there as well. Again, they want to run to the short side of the field. And I think Simon Fraser are going to have to start to make some adjustments there and start to maybe flip McKinley around. Okay, Eriko Hakeem, lead blocker. But Les Mullins, again, tries to go the hole. It's not there, kicks it outside, and, you know, just turns on the Jets. That's a real nice run by Les Mullins. You know, it really wasn't the featured back last year. Of course, it was Dean Jones. And they felt they lost a lot when Dean Jones left, a lot of leadership.
So it has been all number 15 so far. Mullings, a 13-yard run, 37 yards earlier. Giacalone is piling up some real estate as well, so thunder and lightning and some snowfall here in St. Mary's, and it's 14-0.
And I think the other thing that's, you know, it's going to hurt Simon Fraser is that Jeff Plaskett was the injured player before, defensive lineman number 70. You know, a real nice job here again. They bring Sembolaris, number 67, up, gets onto a body, but then he just turns the corner, and then he just runs away from people. You know, as you can see St. Mary's right now, you know, you always talk about offense, defense. St. Mary's are playing on Simon Fraser's side of the line of scrimmage right now. They're bringing everything to them.
What an afternoon so far, and we've only just begun. Again, 4 minutes plus in the first quarter. Here is the first touchdown by Mullings.
Again, he gets inside. That was almost like a carbon copy of that play, but that last play, he bumped it outside. That time he took it inside, and he gets to the corner and just runs it in.
Big bruising back. Leslie Mullings, 22-year-old.
Out of Hamilton, Ontario. Bet you today wish it was Hamilton, Bermuda.
Well, again, we'll be to Hamilton after this one. McMaster, Lavelle, the second half of our doubleheader. The Clan, though, needing to get back in this one. 14-0. The ball blows off the tee. That tells you the strength of the wind here. And there is Brendan Mahoney, who we have not talked about yet, but he has been such a factor for Chris Beaton's team.
No question. And, you know, even though it's early in the game, this next series for Simon Fraser is vitally important. I mean, they've been 2 and out. And they just cannot get into this game where they're punting the ball to St. Mary's.
They keep it away from Mahoney again. Scott Plummer, nowhere to go. And the 26-yard line is where Simon Fraser will begin this time. They have been pinned near their goalposts on almost every possession so far.
Brendan Mahoney, you just mentioned him a minute ago. He's 4th in the CIS in receiving yardage in his 4th year out of Cochrane, Alberta. And I think you have a little story about Cochrane, Alberta.
Well, the guy he's lining up against, as a matter of fact, on the other side. And Kipps with the call.
Timmy McDonald, number 44 from St. Mary's, another one out of Cochrane, Alberta. I think they went to the same high school, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they did. They won a couple of provincial high school championships together. And
playing on opposite coasts.
Yeah, McDonald goes east and Mahoney goes west.
They said they're having a little bit of email trash talk this week.
Kipps in the backfield again with Tim Smith. 2nd and 3. Kipps carrying, but nowhere to go.
Nick Ancona. Yeah, they're trying to pull, two guards out, and Ancona just slides in. See Ancona right there, just goes right behind the tackle pulling. Bang, right in the backfield.
Marty Kipps has had a couple of great weekends so far in CIS playoff football, but so far today he has been wrestled down by a lot of red jerseys.
Well, St. Mary's defensively are just getting off the ball. I mean, they are just bringing the game to Simon Fraser right now.
Again, Conji will have to boot it away. Simon Fraser has had very few first downs, only a couple, have not moved the football. Booming kick. Giacalone has it. And Simon Fraser has Giacalone at the 47. That was a big kick by Luca Conji. Well, 1 week from today, Jamie, we'll be in the Sky Dome. Vanier Cup, 3 o'clock Eastern, noon Pacific time. Be indoor football.
I don't have to wear this coat.
Don't have to wear your woolies.
Underwear, that's right.
And who will it be? You make a case for all 4 teams here. Certainly St. Mary's with history on its side. Maybe the first team ever to get to 3 Vanier Cup championships, to win 3 Vanier Cups. Simon Fraser needs a comeback here. Max had a great year. Lavelle has been dynamite. They beat St. Mary's, as a matter of fact, routed them in the regular season. Panella, play action. And he's got some room. And he's thrown out of bounds. But he has a first down. Panella with some play action. They got a good read on it, Simon Fraser, but then Panella had wide open right side.
Well, Bro Asai, number 44, sniffs this one out pretty good. They're trying to run bootleg here. Now Panella stops, comes back, and there's nobody there. The guy has to come over and make the tackle. Is McDonald, number 5, the safety. But Panella's a big guy. He's 221 pounds, and he just hit in there hard enough to get the first down.
Steve Panella has been impressive so far here today. 2 minutes and 18 seconds to go, first quarter. Giacalone in the backfield. Mako to the right side. Fraser O'Neill to the left. Giacalone drops the football, picks it up, and takes off with it again, and another first down. They are doing it on the ground.
It's plays like those when you start thinking we're destined. I mean, this was a turnover that Simon Fraser needed right here and now. Almost at St. Mary's end at the midfield. He just kind of drops the ball, doesn't get the handle on it, but scoops it up again. And, usually this shows you the kind of confidence, because usually coaches say, when you see the ball on the ground, just get on it. Don't try to make anything more from it.
It's almost as if right now Blake Neal uses Giacalone up until about the 45-yard line, and then he brings Mullings in. So Mullings is in the backfield now. Giacalone takes a break.
Now, interesting now, Simon Fraser had put McKinley now on the short side of the field, the weak side of the field.
Botch snap, Panella, and a flag on the play. Panella almost lost the football.
It's going to be procedure, I believe, against St. Mary's. I think that was supposed to come up on 1, and it came up on 2. Sometimes when you're a quarterback, you go up there and you forget the snap count yourself, I mean, you're not quite sure. You're thinking of a lot of different things.
Holding, St. Mary's, back 10 yards, repeat first down.
Well, it was against St. Mary's, but it was a holding call.
Right. Simon Fraser going to try and make some things happen with their best player, and that's Neil McKinley. And you can see just on the right-hand side of the linebacker, he's going to try and fire that gap between, tackle, guard and tackle. And you know what? If there hadn't been a holding call there, I mean, it was a good heads-up play by Panella. But they're going to start to bring this guy. They're not going to leave him back there. He's going to try to make something happen.
First down and 20. He has not gone to Fraser O'Neill yet, but he goes to Mullings. Breaking another tackle. Mullings, how do you stop this guy?
You know what? You can't miss the first tackle. They had him. Broasai had him. And Mullings just keeps his legs moving. This looks like a 5-yard loss right here. A really nice play by number 44. Got him. Mullings keeps his legs going, puts the arm out, and now he turns it up the field. And boy, this guy is a dangerous, dangerous running back.
Les Mullings churning out the yards. Another big gain. 71 yards already on 5 carries. He and Giacalone almost 200 yards in rushing in this first half. Mullings left side. Good blocking again. This time is stopped, but it is another St. Mary's first down.
Now it's Neil McKinley making the tackle, number 6.
First down,
They
Huskies.
realize now that St. Mary's are running to the short side. A little talking going on over there. Les Mullins kind of breaks it up between Mako and McKinley.
McKinley, who is watching a lot of...
That's no mistake. Sorry, Rod. That's no mistake that you just saw there on your screen. 17 yards to 167 for St. Mary's.
He's been watching a lot of running action today from the Huskies. And they continue to run the football.
And every once in a while, they have to give it to the big fullback, Erico Akeem, just to kind of keep teams honest. You know, didn't really play, 162 yards this season, but, obviously not the featured back, primarily in there as the blocking back. But when they get down the goal line, they give him the ball. He scored 6 touchdowns this year out of St. Bruno, Quebec.
This will be the final play of the first quarter. 14-0 St. Mary's. Giacalone gets the handoff again and is stopped. They say they stripped the football, but the official is saying that the play is whistled down. And that's the end of the first quarter, dominated by the running game of the St. Mary's Huskies and Les Mullings. 14-zip after one.
Say what you mean what you say. And always
Forgive, but never
forget. Never
explain.
or never complain.
But always speak up!
Never
Sell out. So have a
principle.
not a price.
And
Always trust yourself. And be
brave. Be real.
Be true.
Be you. Just never go back on your word.
So finish.
What you start. Just don't forget to write.
And live by the code of the road. And always.
Always.
Drive a Chevy.
This thing's great. Everything's better when it's free. So shop smart and use your Air Miles card to get everything from home stuff to gift certificates. You want it, it's yours.
Dear Buckley's, I've used your Buckley's bedtime mixture for years because it works to relieve my cough and runny nose when I have a cold. I even keep it on the headboard in case I wake up coughing. But I've always wondered, why does it taste the way it does? Have you seen what's in it? That's why. Is that loud enough for you? Okay.
Buckley's. It tastes awful, and it works.
This saved your butt. These are your battle scars. This was meeting a freight train. This would drive you crazy.
It will be third down for the St. Mary's Huskies, and they're going to come up to try to add to their total. 14-0 as we begin the second quarter. Rodrigo Davalos will try to boot one through the uprights here. This is from the 27-yard line. He's been dynamite inside the 30-yard line this year.
Hasn't missed this year, 100%.
Wind blowing from his right to left.
Up.
And he's still perfect. A flag on the play. Davalos was hammered, and that is a very costly penalty.
That was Bill McDonald, number 5.
So that will bring the St. Mary's offense back on the field.
Boy, that's a stupid play by Bill McDonald. Number 5. I mean, they're down 17-0. They need every break they can get a handle on. And these are the things you can control.
Trying for the block, obviously.
Roughing the kicker against
Flying through, and he caught Davalos.
Fraser.
So that moves the ball down to the 10-yard line.
With the field goal, it will now be first and goal for the Huskies.
Chris Beaton can't believe it right now. His team getting beaten on.
Actually, sorry, they take that field goal off. And you're right. I said it was 17-0, but now it's 14-0 with first downs for St. Mary's.
So Piniella, Mako to his left, O'Neal wide right, and again Giacalone in the backfield. They have been running the ball left, right, down the middle with a lot of success so far.
Tackled by number 6, McKinley. And number 62.
Chris Beaton will not be happy to see the numbers after one quarter, nor will any Simon Fraser University fan. Look at that.
First down, 0, no passing yards, only 17 yards rushing. Look at the other side, net yards, 207 to 17. Time of possession, I mean, in every aspect of the game, St. Mary's dominated.
Oh, second and goal now. No Mullings on the field. In the shotgun is Piniella, rolling right. Piniella looking end zone, wide open, touchdown, St. Mary's.
Ola Tomiuk, the old hook and slide. Runs him out, turns around hook, and he slides outside, and Piniella on the roll. Nice job by Steve Piniella. People critical of him at times this year for how he's played. No empty backfield. Nice job keeping the ball high. Just waits for Tomiuk to come open. No one near him. That's usually when guys in the end zone all start pointing like, who had him? You? Me? Who?
So now Davalos comes out again. And this time to add a point after. A few moments ago it was a field goal. Costly penalty. From Simon Fraser leads to another touchdown. This one on a pass and a catch. Piniella to Tomiuk. And it's 21-0 Huskies.
If you think all batteries are the same, consider this. When the Rocky Mountain Rescue Group needs light to save lives, they trust Duracell. Out there or right here at home. Duracell, trusted everywhere.
Hi, Tom. I know it's your first day, but we could really use your help.
You got it.
Thanks. We're just in a bit of a jam. All this has to get out today.
Yeah, I don't do shipping.
Oh, no. It's very easy. We use FedEx.ca. Anybody can do it.
You don't understand. I have an MBA.
Oh, you have an MBA. In that case, I'll have to show you how to do it.
FedEx.ca makes shipping so fast and easy. Even an MBA can do it. Relax, it's FedEx.
It has the world's fastest reacting suspension, so the only bumps you feel are of the goose variety.
Centaur Products is celebrating 30 years of installing and servicing quality equipment for indoor and outdoor athletic facilities, such as the field house at Carleton University in Ottawa, that allows year-round training for a variety of sports. Centaur is an authorized dealer of the new OmniTurf artificial field technology, which has been installed in stadiums across North America, including Raven Stadium in Baltimore. Centaur Products, providing for your sports facilities needs for 30 years, a proud sponsor of the OUA.
Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific time. It's Grey Cup Day. Countdown to Grey Cup with our panel in Regina. Weather there will probably be about the same as it is here today in Halifax. And right now, the St. Mary's Huskies are laying a licking on the Simon Fraser plan. The first touch of the day for Brendan Mahoney. And he is dropped at the 15-yard line.
And, you know, Les Mullins, we should have had one other accolade for him. He was also voted top special teams player in the AUS this year. They have an all-star selection. But look at this. This is just a great job. I mean, you know how hard it is to make an open field tackle when you're running down there full speed? That's just a great job by Les Mullins. You know what I like about it is that he's the star running back, but he's the dominant guy on special teams. How many guys you see like that? Not many. You know, they don't put those guys in there. But Blake Neal says, I play my best people.
Blake Neal likes what he sees so far. You have to 21-0. Could not have even imagined, not only just offensively, but defensively, not a first down yet for the Simon Fraser University Clan. Not one first J.R. Davies trying to turn that around. Davies has to sprint, gets outside and has some room, still looking for a receiver, steps out of bounds.
Davies, out of bounds on the far side.
St. Mary's Huskies putting the lockdown.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you. Now, let's kind of set the situation now. You're up 21-0. You can start pinning your ears back here now against St. Mary's. I mean, St. Mary's is a team in the last 4 or 5 years that have been used to being front runners. They love to get out in front, and then they just dominate and they squash them. And now they can just pin their ears back, those guys, and just come after the quarterback.
Pickup of only 3 yards. 2nd and 7. Mahoney, right of Davies. And movement. And some words exchanged on the line.
Now, I want to show you something here, Rob. When you watch the St. Mary's defense line up, not one guy goes down into a 3-point stance. They're all in 2-point stances, almost like like you're going to have a road race somewhere.
5-yard penalty, down to 10.
See right here, there's no one in a 3-point stance. They know they're going to throw the ball. They're just trying to get into that little spinner stance and go. I mean, they're not worried about the run here at all. And, you've taken out defensive linemen. They put in another defensive back. They threw in number 17, Simmerling. Kristen Simmerling, number 17, to help out.
They need a big play here. Look out. Tips gets the ball out of the backfield. Tips close to a first down and gets it on 2nd and long yardage. And finally, Simon Fraser has a first down.
That was a great call because I tell you, St. Mary's were coming with the heat. They brought Clovis from the backside, number 34, Sebastian Clovis. And then they had screen on. They had the right call on here. Nicely set up, good patience. And a real nice job here.
And that's something they did last week against Alberta when their wideouts were nullified. They went to Kips a lot out of the backfield, and maybe with this ferocious rush right now by St. Mary's, it might be something they go to, and maybe more Kips. There's Kips again. Kips outside, another first down it looks like. It'll depend on the spot here, but Kips looked like he had broken the plane, and it will be a first down for Simon Fraser, so back to back.
Okay, sign of a really good running back, though. I mean, there's nothing there where the point of attack is supposed to be, gets all clogged up. And then, he waits and waits and is patient enough in here. Right here. Nothing's there. Waits. Now bounces it outside. Takes a big hit here by Sean Mifflin, number 4, the safety.
Well, here is a team, again, down 21-0, already in a cold environment, probably getting cold on the sideline, starting to warm up now. And certainly, you might think they might be in the panic mode, but pretty composed those last 2 plays. Let's see what happens now. Davies. Kips again, head down, and stopped right there. Tyler Powell, number 43, bringing Kips down.
When we saw similar where Nick Ancona kind of shot in, trying to pull 2 guards, split in underneath. Makes a real nice tackle. Tyler Powell, one of those Vancouver guys here in St. Mary's.
Number of them from the West Coast who play at St. Mary's. His football factory, 2nd down, 13 yards. Davies some time, this time over the middle, and oh, what a hit! Brent Cowden nailed by Sean Mifflin. Let's listen. Oh my.
Okay, Sean Mifflin, 2 great big hits in a row. Now let's put it in context. Mifflin's like 202 pounds. Talking Brent Cowden's only 164, and look at the paint on the helmet. Well, you're a safety, you live for those, and I'll tell you, he knew that he was coming open, and he just beelined to him the whole way.
Conji again back to kick. Simon Fraser has to give the football away again. And their defense is going to have to keep them in this ball game. Get the offense on track. Spiraling punt to Giacalone. Giacalone to the left side. Changes hands and is smothered at his 45-yard line. It is 21-0. The defending Vanier Cup champions out on top.
Coffee and Coffee Crisp. They both taste great, but which one best suits your lifestyle? First, Coffee Crisp. And now, coffee. Coffee Crisp. Now, coffee. Coffee Crisp. Once again with coffee. Clearly, your lifestyle's better suited to Coffee Crisp. Chocolate wafers mixed with a fun coffee taste of new French vanilla and triple mocha. How do you like your coffee?
The new Braun Free Glider automatically dispenses a protective shaving conditioner, reducing the risk of abrasion, giving a clean, close shave.
And if you're not completely satisfied, we'll give you your money back.
Braun, designed to make a difference.
The 2004 SI Coupe, the newest member of the Civic Nation. Get in.
Two touchdowns from Les Mullings, a couple of big tackles, almost a block punt. It's been the Mullings story, but St. Mary's has done it on both sides of the football so far. 10 minutes to go, second quarter. It's 21-0. They have the football again. Steve Piniella. Last week did not have a lot of success in the air. The ground game beat St. FX. This time getting it out to McPherson. McPherson close to another first down. Piniella looks a lot more confident than he did a week ago. And again, last week the wind was even worse than it is today.
And you know what? A 21-point lead has a habit of doing that.
Yeah, you feel a lot better, don't you?
You feel a lot better, you know. Now they're trying to open up their offense a little bit more, throw some things in there, through kind of the hitch pass over there to Mike McPherson. Got a good block by Olaf Tomiak and took it outside. Make it second and short.
Mullings in the backfield again, but this time Piniella goes straight up and he gets the first down. Well, that's Bill Robinson in the game now. They will do that. Blake Neal will switch quarterbacks.
Now, I have to tell you a little story about the name Bill Robinson. 30 years ago today, when it was the Atlantic Bowl, his dad was the quarterback for the 1973 St. Mary's Husky team. I was in high school here in Halifax and came to the game. It was one of the biggest upsets at that time. I mean, they knocked off a team, a good Wilfrid Laurier team. They were called Waterloo Lutheran then, and they had a player on that team named Barry UTeck.
There you go. Bill Robinson watching his son play today. He's still at quarterback. Keeps on the option play and has a lot of room down the sidelines. Junior gets the first down and a 20-yard pickup and a flag.
Usually not a good sign for the offense when you see a flag down there, unless it's a face mask, but I think they're going to call St. Mary's back for holding. Or an illegal block.
Blake Neal has a lot of faith in both of his quarterbacks to be able to change up like that.
Yeah.
Did it a lot
Holding,
last week.
St. Mary's at the yards per game, back 10 yards, first down.
First down again for St. Mary's, but the tandem of Piniella, who was the offensive MVP in the Vanier Cup, you would think, you know, I'll just stay with him all year long, but he's got a guy like Bill Robinson who's very versatile.
Well, think in 2001 when they went to the first Vanier Cup, Ryan Jones was quarterback. Bill Robinson Jr. was the backup. Piniella did not even dress for that game. And yet, you know, Piniella next year was the starting quarterback and Robinson was the backup.
Piniella to the sideline. Mako gets the first down again.
One thing you notice about St. Mary's, you notice it today, the first guy's always missing. And they always make the first guy miss.
Fraser.
They always give themselves a chance to kind of break it.
Atlas Mako with another catch and another first down. It is very close. They might actually measure this and might bring the yardsticks across. Might be the nose of a ball. It looks like it's a first down from here.
It does look like. I think it is touching the stripe. Now, there is talk that they're going to get a new field here next year. This field here, they feel, is kind of outlived its usefulness. They want to go with a new style of field turf or something similar to that.
Quebec-based company who has made that turf out of rubber products and is a grass-like field. It's a lot of stadiums, yeah. Frank Clair Stadium has it.
Diver Wind has it now.
Winnipeg has it now.
Experience your own piece of heaven in a
And there's the field here today, which really, you know, we thought at the beginning again we see a lot of slipping and sliding, and we have not seen that today. There's been pretty good traction, certainly for Mullings and Jackaloni.
Right, no question about that.
That was a first down for the Huskies.
So another first down for the Huskies. Vanella back at quarterback. Hakeem in the backfield. Gets the call. Gets about 3 yards. 8:20 to go in the second quarter.
And, you know, we were talking about Chris Beaton earlier, the head coach of Simon Fraser, and how, you know, he was the first player at Simon Fraser, but he was also an assistant coach for 2 years at the University of British Columbia. And one of those years was in 1982. And that still, to me, I still think that was the greatest CIS football team of all time. I tell you, it rivals the 2001 St. Mary's team, but that 82 UBC team, and Chris Beaton was a coach there. I remember that game. I was coaching at Western, and they smoked us. It was 28-0 at the end of the first quarter.
Another play to Mako. Well-executed play by the Huskies. Play action, and again, catching the Clan off guard.
First down, Huskies.
Here was that 2001 Vanier Cup win. First for the St. Mary's Huskies.
Kyle Morrison.
And last year, making it back-to-back.
Dean Jones going in for the touchdown. Boy, what great feet he had. Dave Stala now playing in the Grey Cup tomorrow.
Another play action. Panella juking and jiving his way for another first down. And once again, it looked like Simon Fraser had him and then lost him.
First down, St. Mary's.
You know, Panella actually put up some pretty good rushing numbers this year. You know, 9.3 yards per carry, 250 yards, but for a big guy, I mean, that's whoop, comes back inside, whoop, makes another guy miss, inside, puts his shoulder down. It's a good run, good tough run.
B.J. Montebello, the middle linebacker for SFU, could not stop him. Panella, 2 carries, 24 yards.
Season, sir, can you take half step back, please? Thank you.
Another first and 10. And Mullings, guess what? Down near the goal line, but Mullings just continues to dominate.
There's a flag on the play.
There's a flag on the play, and a premature cannon might be coming back.
The cannon has misfired.
Cannon misfiring here, premature celebration.
I want to show you something here, Rod. You know, you take a look, we were talking about Montebello. You know, I look at the Simon Fraser linebackers. They are way back off. Way back off. At the first steps, you know, for the guys outside here, you know, they're letting themselves become engaged. They're not forcing anything up at all. And, you know, by the time Mullins has anybody, even touching anybody, he's 6, 7, 8 yards down the field. They got to come up and play a lot tighter than that. They got to take the game to St. Mary's.
So the ball comes back. It is first and 10 on the 16. Mullings again in the backfield. Panella. Fraser O'Neill wide left. Mako wide right. Panella has to dance. And he is smothered. Sacked for about an 8-yard loss.
That was going to be a quick throw. Wasn't there, you got to throw it away because you just don't have time to kind of come back and make another read. One step, it's not there, get rid of it. It's just not going to happen now. Don't try to make a good thing out of a bad thing. Just go down and make it second down and 10. He did the smart thing getting down.
Shy on the play again. 6 minutes to go in the second quarter. Second down and 16.
Throw aside out of Michael Power High School in Toronto.
Both teams with a number of imports, you might say. Pinella in the pocket. Mako can't pick it up.
And see, I like what Simon Fraser did. They started to come with some heat that time. You know, they forced Pinella to throw the ball a little bit earlier than he wanted to. Consequently, did not get the kind of delivery that he wanted. Put the ball into the dirt.
So Davalos will come out and try a field goal. Looks like from his 29-yard line.
Bello comes. They bring McKinney from the backside, or Little, I should say, from the backside. And just hop skips it.
Pinella has not had a lot of pressure, but some pressure on those last two plays. And it forces St. Mary's to this field goal situation. Again, Davalos has been perfect inside 30 yards. Wind blowing right to left for him. And right to left it goes through the uprights. 24-0. The Huskies rolling it up.
Oh, wait! That's darn pretty. Oh. Where do the Northern Lights come from, anyway?
Well, way off in Canada.
I mean, what causes them?
I don't know.
New Forever Bright LED lights from Home Hardware. Cool to the touch, they're fully guaranteed. Use 80% less electricity, and they're very, very bright.
Oh, wow.
Indoor and outdoor Forever Bright lights. From $8.97 at Home Hardware. Holiday decorating help is close to home.
We can rise some untouched powder.
It can be just the two of us.
I can show my family they're welcome here.
We can just chill. We can be on top of the world.
We can do anything here in Canada.
Patience. Stay low. Power. There's one thing I will never stop chasing. The finish line. I'm Katrina LeMay Doan, Power Bar user since 1997.
Another sold-out Huskies Stadium, watching St. Mary's rock and roll here, coming up tonight on Sports Center, 6 o'clock Eastern. Corey Warren has the day in sports, preview of tomorrow's Grey Cup, and highlights of the two Vanier Cup semifinals today. The UTeck Bowl here and the Mitchell Bowl to be played later between Mac and Laval. Marty Kipps has to do some dancing, gets about 4 yards. Only 2 first downs right now for the Simon Fraser clan. Only 2 passes completed.
And you know what also is amazing is this, and this is a tribute to St. Mary's defense. Normally in the course of the game, an offense will run anywhere between, 65 to 75 plays, about 70s on average. Simon Fraser, that was the 15th play they've run, and there's only, 4 minutes left in the first half.
Surprising, too, that J.R. Davies has not been able to find his favorite target, the weapon, number 19, Brendan Mahoney. Before the game, Blake Neal said, we have to stop Mahoney, and they have.
Right. They've got to start finding a way to get him the ball because he's such a talented receiver.
Davies in the shotgun. Look for the jump pass, and again, more pressure from that Husky front line.
Well, it's tough to throw the ball in the line on your back. And, they're just coming after some big heat here. He just doesn't have any time to get his feet set. And this is real tough. I mean, here he is even in the gun. He's getting his feet set. Look at this. I mean, there's just nothing there.
He wasn't even looking at Mahoney. He was watched by Derek Watson. Was he open? Yes, he was.
But by that time, the ball had been thrown and he was on his back.
So Kanji, again, he's been the busiest Klansman today. And out there a lot, having to kick the ball away. 4 minutes to go, second quarter. And down, and a flag on the play. Be a no yards call to see what the officials say. St. Mary's will have good field position again. Maybe another score upcoming before they take this into the locker room. Steve Pinella, 7 of 8. What an impressive display. The quarterback today, 67 yards, already more completions than all of last week.
Well, last week you have to understand, too, there was a wind blowing about 80 clicks an hour coming kind of down the field. So every time even St. Mary's had to kick into the wind, a lot of times they went for it. I mean, they ran with Joe Robinson trying to put the ball. They said it was such a cold, real difficult day. I think he had 37 yards passing. It was just a real horrible display of passing by both teams, as a matter of fact.
It was no yards. So look at this. More great field position for the Huskies. Giacalone inside, picks up a couple to the 50-yard line. So be a coach for a second for Simon Fraser. What does Chris Beaton try to do? What does he try to tell his team?
I think on defense, I tried to say earlier, I think you got to try to make some things happen. I mean, you just cannot sit kind of in your base defense anymore and say, yeah, we're going to play it toe-to-toe. You got to start to bring people. You got to play some little games up front. Now, you might get stung, but you know what? You have no other alternative right now. If you kind of sit in this stuff, you're going to lose. It's not going to happen for you. And that's what they're starting to do right now. Starting to play some games up front. They're trying to put some pressure on them.
Pinella over the middle, and it's caught. Tony up will go the distance for the touchdown.
And that's the danger of doing that stuff. You leave the man coverage, get the ball off, and a receiver like Tommy up, he shakes off the defender and goes in for 6.
So it's Tomiuk 2, Mullings 2, and with a convert upcoming, it's going to be 31-0.
Well, they're bringing the heat, but they protect them just enough time to connect it to Olaf Tomiuk. Now, Matt Jewison makes a mistake there, trying to go for the ball. Make the tackle. Don't go for the ball. But you know what? He's trying to make a play right now. He's trying to make something happen.
That's their biggest play from scrimmage today, 50-yard pass and run. Tomiuk, the touchdown, second of the day for him. And right now, St. Mary's Huskies are smoking Simon Fraser University.
Down below point after is good.
And what's the old adage in boxing? You know, you got to knock out the champ if you're going to try and take the title.
We got even jab or counter punching right now.
Exactly.
They can't get anything going, the Clan. And the party has already begun. 3 minutes to go before halftime.
If I'm not mistaken, I don't believe Simon Fraser has been across midfield today. I mean, that's a real nice job by Pinella. You know, there was tremendous heat on him there. He stood in there and took the lick. And a nice little shake by Tommy with that right hand pushing off Jewison. And, you know, you like to see emotion from a quarterback. I do anyway. I think this is great. You know, he stands in there. I mean, this is his. Now he's sitting down looking at it. Jumps up. Absolutely. Get excited. It's a fun game to play.
He's having the kind of day he had at last year's Vanier Cup when he was the MVP. As much as it's been Mullings and it has been Tomiuk, their offense is still led by your quarterback, the guy who calls the plays, and Pinella's done the job here. 31-0. 3:01 to go before halftime. Short kickoff. And once again, Simon Fraser will start at 28-yard line, and I think you're right. I don't think this team has been over midfield all day.
No. And you know, it's funny, when we were sitting around kind of talking last night after we spoke with the coaches, you know, we were kind of looking at Canada West. You know, the last team to win the Vanier Cup in Canada West was 1998. That was the Saskatchewan Huskies. And it's interesting, when they went to the expanded playoff format, that's when it seemed to kind of end for them. They used to have number 1 and 2 play. But, you know, in the last few years, with the exception of Manitoba in the year 2001, the first place team never makes it. It's always like a team with a 4-4 record, as it was Saskatchewan last year in Regina in 2000, or this team 5-3 this year gets in here.
Davies. Catch made by Brent Cowden. Good pass, good catch by Cowden, who also is a thrower, backup quarterback.
Now, this is what a nice job here by J.R. Davies to throw a nice strike. And I think they're doing the smart thing here. Get him out of the pocket. Don't let him sit in there. Get him out. Give him some room. Throw a nice ball on the run. Nice job by Cowden to come back and make the catch.
If they have any hope in this game today, you have to think they have to score before halftime. Get some kind of momentum. Tips. No one home. Except Huskies.
And, you know, I agree with you, Rod. I think they have to get something going. They have to take something positive into the dressing room at halftime. And, you know, running the ball right now is just not going to get it done for them. I mean, you can't kind of abandon everything. Then team, you know, your kids, your team start to think the coaches panic and everything else. But you've got to start to use your money guys. I mean, the money guys for them all year have been Brendan Mahoney. You've got to get him involved. 5 touchdown catches in that Regina game, 284 yards. He's top receiver, number 4 in Canada or in the CIS. You've got to get the ball to him.
Again, he's watched by Derek Watson. Over the middle. Pass made. Big hit. Darcy Grant. And finally, they get past midfield with 2:10 to go. Another first down for Simon Fraser. And another layout hit by the St. Mary's Huskies.
Real nice catch by Darcy Grant coming across. And I'll tell you, he knows that Sean Mifflin's there. And Sean Mifflin, if that ball had been thrown a little bit higher, that would have been one heck of a collision. But Darcy Grant went down a little bit low, and Mifflin just kind of grazed over him.
So just over midfield. Davies with tips in the backfield again. He's going to throw the ball. Flag on the play. Runs out of bounds. See what this call comes out like.
I think it's against St. Mary's, number 47, Nick Ancona. I think he was holding the receiver going down the field.
J.R. Davies, looking at that last play, there was not a receiver in sight. Blanket coverage by the Huskies.
They're letting the receivers kind of come off. Face mask. They're letting the receivers come out. They're not letting the backs come out. They're trying to jam the backs so they don't get a free release.
Big penalty call here. Puts the Clan further downfield than they've been all day. Face masking call against St. Mary's. 1:44 to go before halftime, and the Clan have to score. They trail 31-0. And they finally unleash Mahoney, too. That is a big, big question mark here. Mahoney on the far left. Kip takes the ball inside and some room. Mifflin there for the tackle.
Mifflin doing a nice job. We've called his name a number of times today coming up from that safety spot. But St. Mary's are pretty sure tacklers. I mean, they are not getting an extra chance, the running backs for Simon Fraser, to kind of break that first one.
Don't know how much of a factor it really is, but it's one of the few times this year, too, that Simon Fraser plays on artificial turf. Most of the games they've played are all on natural grass. 90 seconds to go. 2nd and 5. Davies to Cowden. Another first down.
Pass is complete on the far side. And number 2, Brent Cowden.
Finally, the Clan starting to show some of the signs of what they were doing the last couple of weeks to get here. And they need to take one to the end zone. If you have any hope in this second half, it's a huge lead for St. Mary's. Mahoney wide left, Cowden wide right. Tips again in the backfield with Tim Smith, and Davies wants to talk with Chris Beaton.
Well, actually, that's the St. Mary's timeout. St. Mary's were confused on defense. Let's see.
Yeah, it looked like they
only had 11
substitution problems.
Right, they did. They didn't have the right people in there, so smartly, Sean Mifflin called the timeout.
That might also help Davies, though, and try to talk this through. They have a lot of time here to get one. They're in the red zone right now, and this is a team that during the season, 23 of 26 conversions in the red zone.
They've been very good inside here.
They just haven't got to anywhere near the red zone.
That's the problem, right. Unfamiliar territory until this last drive of theirs. Now, this will be interesting now because you're getting into a situation where St. Mary's are going to man up with them. And it's going to be interesting to see the matchup, whether they're going to leave Derek Watson, you know, one-on-one with Brendan Mahoney and see how they match up with him. Now, one thing about Derek Watson, you know, he's a corner, and it's unusual, but he's a tall corner. He's 6'3". So he's not one of those guys you can kind of throw that fade pass out there on him. I mean, he's big and rangy.
Well, Brampton, Derek Watson. Mahoney will be matched up again with Watson. 1st and 10. Option play. Davies keeping. make the pitch to Kipps, and he picked up about 4 yards.
I tell you, if you're going to pick a defensive MVP right now, it has to be number 4, Sean Mifflin. I mean, this guy's everywhere today. Look at that, come right up, play on the other side line of scrimmage, take the pitch back. Mifflin breaks off the block, comes in there and makes a nice tackle. He's been all over the place.
2nd down and 6. Mifflin, a huge hit earlier. Number of tackles. What will J.R. Davies and the Clan do now? Cowden wide right. Looking for Cowden. End zone. Wide open. Oh. Overthrown.
Pass is incomplete.
Cowden was wide open. Had Davies waited just a beat, he would have seen that.
Well, Andre Knights was covering one-on-one outside. He's number 12 for St. Mary's. He slipped. But see, this is Nick Ancona. He comes up here, takes outside leverage of him, forced him to throw the ball a little bit sooner.
On the other side, Watson and Mahoney.
Dragging across because you got bootleg. Going, he's open as well. Just didn't have the time to get it off.
And another timeout with 3rd and 6. And at this point, Simon Fraser has to go for it. 43 seconds left in the half. It's been kind of funny, though. J.R. Davies really hasn't even given Mahoney much of a look on that side.
No, you're right. They haven't been kind of looking at him at all. Maybe they think they like the matchup better. I'm not really sure why, because Andre Knights was the all-conference corner in the AUS. He's another tall. Had 4 interceptions this year. But, you know, Cowden and Mahoney, I mean, you know, Mahoney had, 65 catches this year. I mean, that's twice as many as Cowden did. But Cowden's kind of a real nimbly guy. They like him in the open field. You know, give him the ball, he can make some moves, and he's a very talented football player. Now, am I mistaken, or do I actually see the sun starting?
I was going to say that, yeah, that bright thing in the sky is the sun. Not too many day games played at St. Mary's where they had to turn the lights on at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
They had to today with cool weather. A lot of wind here the last couple of days. Snowflakes, intermittent. Right now it's been all St. Mary's Huskies. 3rd down and 6 for the Clan. 40 seconds before halftime. Now looking for Mahoney. Touchdown! There it is. Well, finally found number 19, and that is exactly what the Simon Fraser University Clan needed.
We talked about the matchups outside here. We got on one-on-one coverage, and they had very good pass protection here. Lots of time to sit there and look. I mean, that was just pitch and catch right there. That was an easy 6. The only problem is it took 19 and a half minutes for him to find Mahoney.
First catch of the day.
Yep.
First catch of the day. 38 seconds to go. They're going to go for 2. Might as well. You're down 31 to 6. But you can't get it all back right away. So this is at least some sort of confidence builder for the Clan.
That's a real positive because, now they can go in and Chris Beaton can say, you know what, we can move the ball against these guys. We can put some offense together and we can score. St. Mary's calls a timeout now.
Coming up at halftime, we'll set the scene for the Mitchell Bowl in Iverwood Stadium between Mac and Laval. That'll be a good one. John Wells and Lee Pedersen standing by. We'll also take a look at the life and times of Larry UTeck, who was a legend around here, passed away last Christmas from ALS. The man who was the athletic director here, the coach here. Guy who was, I think, the deputy mayor here at one time.
He was, yeah.
He was all football all the time.
And the one thing I have to really admire, I've always admired about Larry UTeck, is when he became athletic director of the Walton City government, he was also the head coach. He knew he had too much on his plate. And, some guys never recognize that. Some guys can't let control. And so, he gave Blake Nill a shot to the head coach. And, Blake Nill at that time, St. FX coming off that Vanier Cup championship, defensive coordinator there in 1996. He was looking for a job. They almost went to University of Saskatchewan as defensive coordinator in 97, but then got the job at St. Mary's. And he said, I always thank Coach UTeck for giving me this chance.
So the Clan will go for 2. Looking for Mahoney again. Derek Watson was all over him on that far side of the field.
That's pretty good coverage. You know, they're trying to play that where instead of running the fade, they throw the ball behind and hope the receiver can locate it.
Mahoney would have had to pull it out of his pocket. Watson was in his jersey practically.
That's good coverage, you know, putting your left hand out there and keeping your... And here's the one-on-one coverage for the touchdown here. Comes down, nice approach, good move across. Watson flips a little bit, and you know what? You make one little mistake against a receiver like Mahoney, and your history.
Well, again, this is the first ever UTeck Bowl honoring the late Larry UTeck. And I guess maybe some motivation for Simon Fraser if they were reading the paper this morning. I understand, I guess, the engraver, the poor guy who was engraving this, actually, this inaugural trophy already put St. Mary's name on the trophy as champions. They played like champions here in this first half, though. Maybe he saw it coming. And there is the trophy, the UTeck Bowl. And quite an honor for the UTeck family, and I know for Blake Nill and this entire campus, a lot of emotion here.
I think one of the real special moments was back in year 2000.
Or
no, maybe it was in 1999. I think it was 99, and Larry UTeck was out here, and when they won the Atlantic Bowl, the team took the trophy and presented it to Larry, and it was really quite a touching moment.
It's an onside kick with 38 seconds to go, and little poops, Bonaventura.
You know, I had to laugh about this one is that, you know, Tomiak's a receiver, a hands guy, right? He's waiting for the ball, but, you know, Bonaventura never touches the ball, so what does he do? Jumps in front and takes it from him. Joe Bonaventura.
That was last year's defensive MVP, and here's last year's offensive MVP from the Vanier Cup. Right now, it looks like St. Mary's is poised to go back there unless the Clan can mount a serious comeback.
Well, you know, St. Mary's last year in the Vanier Cup went out to a pretty big lead, and then it was kind of closed by Saskatchewan. And actually, I think it was Bonaventura's interception of a Sheldon Ball pass when they were going in threatening to score that really saved that victory for St. Mary's.
Play action and deep to McPherson, knocked away. Nice play by Scott Plummer.
Nice job by Scott Plummer. Played him real well, did it with the correct hand as well.
Sometimes the biggest leads are the toughest ones to hold.
You know, it's hard to keep your team focused on and not to get distracted by, you know, hey, we're going to Toronto, we're going to the Vanier Cup. You know, you still have 30 more minutes to play. And I've been around enough games in college football in Canada where I tell you a 27-point lead sometimes is, or actually it's a 25-point lead is sometimes not enough.
That's Canadian football rules. That's right. Something about Canadian football as we talk about Grey Cup weekend too. Mako makes another first down.
You know, St. Mary's aren't sitting back and content to go in at halftime with a 25-point lead. They want to put something back on the board.
And an injury on the far side of the field. That's Tomiak who's down. He was in a lot of pain. .22 seconds left in the half. Tomiak gets up. He's been a force today. 2 touchdown catches. Smiling, though. 1st and 10 for the Huskies. Mako on the left side. Fraser O'Neill, who hasn't seen the ball yet today, on the right side, the rookie receiver. Pinella, lots of time again out of the backfield, and he has Mako on a slant pattern and close to another first down.
Boy, what a great block by Fraser O'Neill. Wow. Nice catch by Mako.
6 seconds, so they're going to bring the field goal team out. Here is Mako coming on a slash pattern here. There he is.
Now watch this block here. If Mako's coming across on get right here, wham. You see him disappear out of your picture. It's a real nice job. That's what you want your fellow receivers to do.
Davalos now from the 37.
No. It's up.
Kick is up, and it is good.
Wow.
Davalos going down again, but it has been all St. Mary's Huskies. Davalos a couple of field goals, Bowling's a couple of touchdowns, Tomiak touchdowns, Pinella throwing, defense adds up to a 34-6 lead.
Nice job by Billy Robinson to get that ball down. Strong leg. Tries to do a little acting here, but he's not going to get that flag. It looks like he kind of fell on the heel.
Well, let's go down to Paul Hollingsworth with Blake Neal. Paul.
Well, Coach Neal, you said before the game you thought your offense could do the job today. Early and often you have scored.
They have. They've done a super job. We've been waiting for this all year. We knew we had the talent to be an explosive offense. We've been sort of characterized as a big play team. It was great to see some drives put together.
Yesterday you told me there's been a problem this year for your team to play a full game of football and not let up. What would you say to your staff and your team?
Well, we're going to go in there again and say, look, we're going to come out. It's going to be a tie game, and we're going to keep trying to get plays intense as we can, execute our plays, and we'll see where we end up.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck.
Thanks, Paul. Bye.
At the UTeck Bowl, 34-6, the St. Mary's Huskies lead SFU at the half. We're back after this short break.
General Motors has reinvented the car as we know it. Oil changes will be a thing of the past. Mechanical workings will be replaced by electronic impulses. There will be no exhaust fumes, only droplets of water. The General Motors Highwire, a revolutionary car powered purely by hydrogen. It's the future, which isn't far from today.
During Mega Miles bonus time, every time you collect Air Miles reward miles at participating sponsors, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 25 trips for two to see Diana Krall live in concert in North America. But you can only win if you use your Air Miles card from October 20th until November 30th during Mega Miles bonus time. Complete contest rules available at airmiles.ca.
In my world, I can go anywhere. All flights leave in the afternoon. All hotels are on the beach. All rental cars are SUVs. No convertibles. In my world, I am
a goddess. Planning a trip with Expedia.ca is the difference between getting a trip and getting your trip. Expedia.ca. Flights, hotels, car rentals, packages. Now we're getting somewhere.
No, yes, indeedy. For the man who'll do anything. For meat from the grill. We've got a burger with your name on it. Harvey's. Long live the grill.
My name's Peter.
Kyla.
I'm Mike. Just call me D.
You can say I'm pretty shy.
I can be a little gullible.
I'm pretty easygoing.
Little wacky-jacky.
Sometimes I'm lazy.
I'm odd. Thanks to my wife, I'm a lot more open.
I love my daughters.
I just had a baby.
I sell teddy bears.
I'm a big teddy bear.
I have a boyfriend.
I'm single. I'm currently looking.
I love people who make me laugh.
Oh, there she goes. Esquire.
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 The Chinook is here. At 36-2, it won't be for long.
Snowflakes are falling, and St. Mary's Huskies rising all half. What a dominant half of football. As good as you will see offensively and defensively. 34-6. The Huskies leading the Simon Fraser University Clan. The party here at halftime. It's loud in this end zone. It was loud earlier when the Huskies ran a couple of touchdowns in, too. The second half of our semifinal Saturday will come a little bit later this afternoon after this ball game. We'll take you to Iverwin Stadium, where John Wells and Leif Pettersson are standing by to call the Laval McMaster tilt. Let's send you there now.
Iverwin and Hamilton were set for the Mitchell Bowl. The top two teams in the country, it's Laval Rouge or against the McMaster Marauders. And when you look at these two teams, Leif, we really have two outstanding football teams with only one loss between them all season long.
You know, John, you've got really number 1 in the country against number 2, the best teams in their respective conferences. You couldn't ask for more. They're well coached. They've got terrific athletes, and they have put up some spectacular numbers throughout the regular season and the playoffs. And I guess the most impressive to me as I look at this board is over 500 yards in offense for both these teams. So what's going to give today? Hey, we've got great offenses. We think we have good defenses. Something has to give.
Yeah, and when you look at it, Greg Marshall looks at it this way. 2 great offenses, but it might just be a defensive story when all is said and done.
Difficult to predict because they're in 2 outstanding defenses, too, and you might see, kind of a defensive struggle. It really depends, I think, on, the tempo and what each team tries to do offensively. Are we coming out, throwing and trying to be aggressive, or trying to be conservative, see what the other team does? I mean, most definitely we need to control the football. When we do control the football, we need to put some points on the board.
And look at it this way, Jesse Lumsden, who's had an outstanding season for McMaster all year long against a terrific run defense.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the key, John. For Greg Marshall's team, they have to run the football. I don't think they want to rely on the pass, so that means Jesse Lumsden against a Laval defense that's pretty stingy against the run. Something, as I said, has to give.
McMaster likely do, because this is the 4th straight year that the Marauders have made it this far.
The winner of that game to meet the winner of this one looks very good for St. Mary's right now at the UTeck Bowl. We'll take a look back at the life of Larry UTeck when we come back to St. Mary's.
Right now, pick up a free Wood Pro kit at a steel dealer near you. Get real power. Steel. Built to last. Price to sell.
Okay, work. You got to work right now. The pain is only temporary. Let's go, D. Let's go. 6. Here we go. There's 7. This a man workout right here. 8. Don't quit on me. Give me 2 more. 9. We working now. Practice. Next. Let's go next. Next. Come on. Come on. Next.
One, 2, 3, take my hand and come with me because you look so fine that I really want to make you mine. Really want to make you mine. 4, 5, 6, come on and get your kicks. Now you don't need the money when you look like that, do you, honey?
In Canada, there's one present that everyone opens early. Swiss Chalet's famous festive special. With rotisserie chicken, cranberry sauce, savory stuffing, and something extra special, Lindor chocolate truffles. Swiss Chalet's festive special. It just wouldn't be the holidays without it. And for all the people on your list, the Swiss Chalet gift card is always in the very best of taste.
That should taste as good as Swiss Chalet.
Some SUVs measure headroom in centimeters. We measure it in kilometers.
The Cowboys and Pats buckle up for action Sunday on TSN.
Getting down to my favorite place. Always puts a smile on my face. Oh, my friend, I hope to see you there tonight. I'm there for you. You're there for me, too. I'm there for you. You're there for me. Can't you see I'm there for you?
Looking good for the St. Mary's Huskies at halftime. 34-6 they lead the Simon Fraser University Clan in the inaugural UTeck Bowl. A big day here, a special week for the UTeck family. Let's go to Paul Hollingsworth now.
Well, Rod, it's really hard to explain to people who live outside of the Halifax region what Larry UTeck meant to this school, to this city, and really this province. He was a man of all seasons. He did everything from playing in the CFL to being a university administrator, and of course, he was a football coach here at St. Mary's for 15 years. We lost Coach UTeck last Christmas Day, but of course, it's a legacy that lives on here on campus at St. Mary's. Today, they're celebrating that legacy with the first ever UTeck Bowl looking back on the life of Coach Larry UTeck. It's only fitting Halifax is home to the first ever UTeck Bowl, named for the late Larry UTeck. UTeck served 15 years as head coach at St. Mary's, winning 7 conference championships, 3 Vanier Cup appearances, and was twice named the nation's top football coach. All of this following a 10-year CFL playing career.
One of the national semifinals after Larry, I thought it was a great tribute to a guy who's done a tremendous amount, not only for CIS football, but for the city, the university. So we're, very proud to be playing in the first game named after him.
While UTeck's hard work on the field helped to establish the Huskies as a football powerhouse, he was also dedicated to his adopted home city. In 1994, he was elected to the Halifax City Council and for a while served as deputy mayor. In 1997, he became athletic director at St. Mary's. And then in 2002, suffering from the ravages of Lou Gehrig's disease, UTeck was invested into the Order of Canada.
As a acting mayor, as deputy mayor, councillor, Larry put a lot into his community. As a coach, he did a fantastic job as well, and this is his day and his day for his family.
I'm reminded of a quote one time, and I always think of Larry. There are people who walk into the world and walk into a room and say, here I am. And then there are people like Larry UTeck who will walk into a room and say, ah, there you are. It was that kind of openness, and I think he made us all better people because of that.
Larry UTeck passed away last Christmas and left behind a wife, 2 children, and a civic legacy. A legacy honored on campus and on the football field at St. Mary's University.
Anyone who has followed Canadian football, not only at the professional but also the amateur level, the university level, you can't think of a more appropriate name for this event now than the UTeck Bowl.
No, it's perfect. And, I think one of the things that Larry UTeck, when I thought about him, I think, he was so inspirational because even he would not let that disease get him down. He showed up to work every day. He did his work. He was still the athletic director here. He was a real inspiration to everybody who knew him.
Smiling right now, too, the St. Mary's Huskies, his Huskies, leading the Simon Fraser clan 34-6. We'll be back to Husky Stadium for the second half in a moment.
Never stop thinking. Read the Globe and Mail.
Powerful new 2004 Suzuki Aereo. It has the most standard horsepower in its class. And it received the highest crash test rating from the IIHS. These are powerful statements for such an affordable price. The 2004 Aereo. Make the smart move to Suzuki.
This life doesn't get much better. Looking back on all the times together, can I see you tonight? Memories are so strong. Please don't wait too long. See you tonight. Hey, I see you tonight. Yeah.
The irresistible aroma of freshly popped Orville Redenbacher, unlike other snacks, is sure to bring people together.
Welcome to the neighborhood.
Pop up some good times with Orville Redenbacher. Perfect for sharing. Orville time, anytime.
This saved your butt. These are your battle scars. This was meeting a freight train.
some of the gang on campus. If you look at your TV right now, ladies, you'll see yourselves. Come on, look at your TV. Look at your TV. There you are. There you are. Welcome back to the UTeck Bowl, everybody. Some Husky fans are happy and have every reason to be. 34-6, and it all started with this. Les Mullings with the touchdown. Opening scoring. Mullings again later going right side. Romping again. And then quarterback Steve Piniella finding Olaf Tomiak. And that same connection. Piniella to Tomiak. Under pressure, breaks the tackle and goes.
Just an incredible performance by St. Mary's in the first half. You know, they run the ball. Then Simon Fraser finally get on the board here. A good pass to Mahoney. Put 6 points on the board just before the half.
And look at the numbers. 143 yards passing, 204 yards rushing, to 7 first downs. But the big thing, Simon Fraser did get on the board, maybe have some kind of momentum. Let's join Paul Hollingford.
Coach, a very tough first half, obviously down by 28. What can you change heading into the second half?
Well, we probably played our worst half of football. We're a 7-3 football team. That's what we told the kids. We've won our last 4 in a row. You know, we've overcome an awful lot of things. Played our worst half of football that we played the whole season. We got a whole 30 minutes left, and our kids believe in themselves. We're going to try and turn the thing around.
You missed the 2, but at the same time, how important was it to get on the board before halftime?
I think it was important, and, you know, that gives us some momentum, and now we've just got to start playing the way we've been playing all year.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, right now, Simon Fraser, a shadow of the team that we've watched the last couple of weeks, beating Alberta, then Regina before that.
Right.
And maybe now getting Mahoney into the game. Blake Nill knows, and he talked about it before the game. You got to watch number 19, but Simon Fraser looked so flat, and I don't know if it could have been the time change. There are a lot of excuses they could have had, but the bottom line was St. Mary's took it to them.
You know, I think what it is experience, to be honest with you. I think, you know, St. Mary's have been in this chain now, you know, for 4 years, 5 years in a row they've been in this game. They've won 2 back-to-back national championships. They've been in 3 national championships in the last 4 years. You know, and there's everybody says, oh, but experience. I'll tell you what, you can't underestimate it. You know, they know how to handle it. They know what the tempo is in this game. Because I tell you, the tempo gets picked up big time when you're in the national semifinal. And I think the Clans were a little bit shell-shocked by that right off the bat.
And for many of them making such a long trek, coming into this environment, and you talk about the experience of being in postseason football.
Right.
For many of these young guys, they've done it before. Simon Fraser, 38 years they've been around. They have never been in the postseason, even in the American football rules division they played in until this year.
Right, and you know why that experience is so important? It's because St. Mary's go and play 4 postseason games in the last couple of years. So you think about that. For a kid who's playing there in his 2nd year or 3rd year, that's like a whole other season that he's got in terms of experience against good level competition.
Well, let's see how St. Mary's responds to the big lead and how Simon Fraser responds to that last-minute touchdown score by Brendan Mahoney, who's back to receive the kick. Second half underway now. Dominated in the first half by the fellas in red. Scott Plummer gets some blocking. Critical also for Simon Fraser is to get out of the shadows of their goalposts, because they were pinned a lot, and they, I think, only once or twice made it over midfield.
Right, and you know, and I think we saw a glimpse of what Simon Fraser is going to come out in the second half on that last drive before the half. I think they realized they do have to get the ball to their money guys. Now, granted, last week, no question, it was a running back, Marty Kipps. They shut down Brendan Mahoney, but you know what? They've shut down Kipps pretty well today. They're going to have to say, you know what, J.R. Davies, you're going to have to kind of win it for us. He is the All-Canada West Conference quarterback. He's got the ability to do it. But, you know, they got to get Brendan Mahoney much more involved in this offense.
In the shotgun is Davies. He's looking for Mahoney. Mahoney makes the catch. Dropped the football. The official said he had it, though. And the first play from scrimmage for Simon Fraser, they go right to number 19.
And look where they put him. They put him in the slot position, so they have him against Clovis, number 34. And real nice body, turning around and getting his hips open and making a nice catch.
Pretty close to actually being knocked right out. And let's take another look at this on replay. There it is.
Nice adjustment.
Lost the football, but the official had whistled it. Again, Mahoney is inside in the slot position, so they're going to play him probably here to start the second half. Go right to him again. No, they won't. Goes to Cowden along the sideline.
Right on the far side. Brent Cowden.
So 2 for 2 quickly. It took them
first down.
About 25 minutes to get 2 passes complete in the first half.
And you know what's interesting is they're putting the 2 top receivers on the same side. You know, they've decided that, you know what, we're going to try and go after Derek Watson and maybe Sebastian Clovis. We're going to try and stay away from Andre Knight. And here again, they bring out Cowden, they bring out Mahoney again.
Mahoney goes wide this time. Cowden goes inside. Davies looks the other way. Almost picked off that one for Darcy Grant. Couldn't hang on to it.
That was just a little bit too high over his head. But, you know, you even look at Simon Fraser coming out. I mean, they look much sharper right now. I mean, getting in and out of the huddle, coming up to the ball.
And as critical as that score was in that last half minute, it probably is equally critical to get on the board early in the second half.
No question.
Davies again in the shotgun. Kipps and Tim Smith beside him. Mahoney's open. Couldn't hang on, though. Sean Mifflin again in on the play.
You know, the protection's a lot better here for J.R. Davies right now. He's looking downfield. I mean, that's really good protection right there. Just throws the ball a little bit too inside, but they had 2 guys in the same spot. I mean, that's something that was wrong there. They should not have had 2 receivers in that area. That was Luke Perm, number 82, and, of course, Brendan Mahoney.
So now Luca Conji will try to boot one through from the 40-yard line.
Now, is this a rule at Simon Fraser that because Dave Cutler went there, you have to kick straight on?
Yeah.
I mean, oh, he's not. He's a soccer star, but he kicked off in the game straight on.
Dave Cutler did play for Simon Fraser. As a matter of fact, played alongside Chris Beaton.
No, it's up.
This one doesn't look like it's going to make it. Coming out of the end zone is Giacalone. Bobbing and weaving and bringing it up to the 15-yard line. And a scrap behind the play, but everything's all right now. No go there. It's still 34-6 Huskies.
Right now, pick up a free Wood Pro kit at a steel dealer near you. Get real power. Steel. Built to last. Price to sell.
Imagine one day you realized everyone was imitating you, mimicking your every move, trying to be just like you. Now you know what it must feel like to be the Accord from Honda. Often imitated, never equaled.
This life doesn't get much better. Looking back on all the times together, can I see you tonight? Memories are so strong. Please don't wait too long. See you tonight. Hey, I see you tonight. Yeah.
Tough shave? New Neutrogena Razor Defense Face Lotion with soy and aloe. It instantly soothes dry skin after shaving and prevents damage caused by dryness. Defend yourself with new Neutrogena Razor Defense.
Well, coming up after this one, the Mitchell Bowl. Again, the winner goes to the Vanier. There's some of the residents here at St. Mary's who want to brave the cold. They have their own party going on in there today.
Those are the box seats, aren't they?
Yeah. Sold out Husky Stadium again for this one, and right now the Huskies lead 34-6. Canella pitching to Mullins. Room on the left side, but he's shut down in a pickup of about 6. We're a little surprised that maybe Chris Beaton didn't try to go for it even 3rd and 10 early in this second half.
I was surprised because they were on the 33, so it's a 40-yard field goal. The thing is, if you understand CIS rules, if he misses the field goal as it did when we went into the end zone, as long as you return it out, it doesn't matter where, it goes to 20 when you tackle. So, I mean, he basically was giving up 13 yards. you know, in terms of field position. And, you know, I think he needs to score a touchdown.
Mullings in the backfield again. Takes the pitch. And it looks like the ball is fumbled. And Simon Fraser has it. First turnover of the ball game.
This might be the break that Simon Fraser needed. Number 84, Ross McLaren, coming up. They brought in Billy Robinson to run option number 8. Coming along here, they give the pitch to Mullings. A little bit behind him. Tries to juke a little bit, get outside. Just loses the handle on the ball. And number 84, Ross McLaren, comes up with the big turnover for Simon Fraser.
The pitch wasn't a good one at first, but then Mullings couldn't handle it, and Mullings, who has 2 touchdowns already today, pops up the football. So the Clan get it right back. Mahoney on the right side. Davies looks left. Over the middle, Jesse Costello with the catch. Very close to a first down. Looks like they have it. And it is a first down. So J.R. Davies coming out throwing here in this second half.
Well, they're knocking on the door right now, and, you know, they're starting to get their pass protection taken care of. He's not under the same kind of pressure he was in the first half. Got all sorts of time to sit back there and pick out receivers. Let's see if he tries to go back to Mahoney. He's one-on-one with Andre Knight. Right side of your screen.
Dump pass instead, and Cook again rattled by Sean Mifflin.
You know, I think the thing that's so impressive about Sean Mifflin is his recognition of it. But just watch him, number 4 in the middle of your screen. Watch, he recognizes right now what's going on, and he leaves. And wham! I mean, he's right there. Now, granted, they're playing man coverage, and he's man on the back anyway, but he understands he's got to get up there before that line turns around on the screen and blocks him out of the play. But he's had a whale of a football game.
He has. A couple of huge hits so far today. Very strong secondary. Don't get beat very much by the pass. But again, the Clan are good in the red zone. That's where they are here. 2nd and 11, going to the end zone for Mahoney. And a flag on the play. It'll be an interference call that'll move the football even closer to the goal line.
Yeah, Andre Knight was kind of beat here, and he, you know, reaches out with that hand and holds him. You know, in a real tight press coverage, he tries to come inside. And Mifflin comes across to try to help him out. You see that he's got that left hand on him, not allowing him to get back outside and get to the football.
No flag on the play.
Now, the only reason they're saying that would be because they ruled the ball was uncatchable, but I'll tell you, I don't know. I mean, I think that, you know, you can't make that determination. He might have been able to close under that ball if he had not have been held.
So that is a big break for the Huskies.
Yeah, that to me is interference because he's stopping Mahoney from coming back to the football.
Which means he might have gotten closer to the football, which would have made it catchable.
Right, that's a terrible call.
So now, Kanji again will try to boot one through the uprights. This one much closer.
See, again, I'm not so sure about this.
It would be 3rd and 11. But that is a bad break against the Clan in what appeared to be an interference call. Field goal for Kanji. It's now 34-9. It's still a big, big mountain to climb for Simon Fraser.
This Sports Center update is brought to you by Chrysler PT Cruiser. This is my car.
Hey everybody, Corey Warren back here at the Sports Center Newsroom. More of the UTeck Bowl coming up in a moment or two, but first a look ahead at the next edition of Sports Center coming your way at 6 o'clock Eastern Time. There are 12 games in the NHL today, including 2 All-Canadian matchups. The Sens will host the Habs at 7 Eastern, while the Flames will face Edmonton at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll preview those matchups. Final preparation for Sunday's 91st Grey Cup game from Regina are wrapping up. The Alouettes and Eskimos will go through their final practices this afternoon. And Lori Kane enters the 3rd round of play at the Tournament of Champions, just 1 shot off of the lead. Savory Pack is the 2-time defending champion. She is 4 off the pace. Now, elsewhere, according to ESPN, the personal trainer for Bobby Bonds is the target of a grand jury investigation, or make that Barry Bonds. The personal trainer for Barry Bonds is the target of a grand jury investigation on the steroid THG. All the latest coming up on SportsCenter.
In
Introducing new Extreme Clean from Aquafresh. It showers your whole mouth with an incredible microactive foam that seeks out bad breath bacteria, leaving a cool tingling that just won't quit. New Extreme Clean from Aquafresh.
Right now, pick up a free Wood Pro kit at a steel dealer near you. Get real power. Steel. Built to last. Price to sell.
Well, that's the way to travel, a crib on wheels. Just outside the stadium here. Taking in the Huskies and the Clan, and right now it's all Huskies still. Simon Fraser had a chance there, and drive nullified by a non-interference call. Giacalone takes the handoff. Giacalone still on his feet. Pickup of 21 yards for Al Giacalone.
55-yard line.
You know, he looks so effortless when he runs. I mean, he just makes all these quick little moves, and people just miss him. I mean, really good job up front here as well to get him into the crease here. See penetration up, and then these nice little moves here. No, you know, and you're talking guys that are missing him. I mean, you're talking guys like Neil McKinley are missing him. I mean, Neil McKinley's a good football player.
All-stars.
Not a bad afternoon, 118 yards. 13 carries.
Giacalone in the backfield again. From the 54-yard line. Giacalone getting the call. That must be very frustrating, though, when you play against this team. You know what they're going to do. They're going to run the ball with Giacalone or Mullins, and you still can't stop them.
And, you know, I think that last play there was indicative of who's winning the battle at the line of scrimmage. You know, that whole group just pushed SFU guys right back. I mean, you know, he just kind of kept the speed moving to lean forward, and he gained, you know, 9 yards, 8.5 yards.
Senior ball players like center Ian Ferguson, Chris Sambaleros, Paul Archer up there. There's Archer. Offensive line has done a terrific job for the Huskies. They have during this entire run for 2 Vanier Cups. Giacalone again, breaks another, and could be going the distance. Will he be stopped? Yes, he will.
There was a great block by Mike McPherson on Bill McDonald that's from that. I mean, that was just an exceptional job. I mean, you talk about taking the guy. You know what? Number 5 at the top of your screen. You just watch him, how he gets blocked here. By Mike McDonald. Or, let me see, that's number... Just keep it rolling it here. Couldn't quite see... Oh, anyway.
Looked like Mark Bodner.
It was a great block. I know it was on number 5. It was a great block.
Bill McDonald, the block. So Giacalone in the backfield, he's carried the weight of this drive. And a flag. Time count violation against Pinella and the Huskies. 8:47 to go, third quarter.
Count violation. St. Mary's.
They bring it into the end zone here. That could be it.
And, you know, we were talking about the offensive line, and you were mentioning some of those guys. You think of the people that they lost from this team last year. They lost Morley, who's now with Calgary Stampeders. You know, John Salmons was a 5-year veteran, who's an All-Canadian. You know, they lost Colin Oldreeve. They lost 3 of their big starters here. They've done a really good job of filling them in.
First and 16. Giacalone again. Outside, wrapped up, brought down. Giacalone ran about 45 yards to pick up a couple.
And you know, there's one other thing here that when you watch Giacalone run, I mean, as they say, makes things look so effortless. You know, they are trying to bring people. You know, they're trying to bring Montevello up here. I thought he should have cut up there, but you know what? He's the running back, not me. But still, trying to get outside and use his speed. But one thing that's against Simon Fraser right now as well is, I mean, they have the wind in this quarter, and the wind is picking up in a big way, starting to blow stuff down the field. They will have the wind in their face in the fourth.
Second and 6. SFU. This time stopped. So that will bring the field goal unit on the field. Rodrigo Davalos will come out and try to add to it. 34-9, St. Mary's. Could soon be 37, and Davalos inside 30-yard line has been deadly. This will be a very tough kick, though. This wind is wicked, swirling. Might have to kick this ball about 40 yards to make a 15-yard field goal. No problem. Perfect again. So the Huskies add to it, 37-9 at the UTeck Bowl.
The Chinook is here. At 36-2, it won't be for long.
Getting down to my favorite place. Always puts a smile on my face. Oh, my friend, I hope to see you there tonight. I'm there for you. You're there for me. I'm there for you. You're there for me. Can't you see I'm there for you?
SportCheck and TSN are your destinations for hockey. And now we've teamed up to give hockey fans a chance to see the game from our seats. Go behind the scenes at an NHL on TSN game, plus get some great gear. Register at sportcheck.ca. SportCheck, Canada's choice for hockey.
Tough shave? New Neutrogena Razor Defense Face Lotion with soy and aloe. It instantly soothes dry skin after shaving and prevents damage caused by dryness. Defend yourself with new Neutrogena Razor Defense.
37-9, St. Mary's. 7:54 to go in the third quarter. That far away from another trip to another Vanier Cup. Let's go down to Paul Hollingsworth right now.
Well, Rod, around Halifax, we call her Councillor Sue UTeck, a city politician here. A very proud day for your family, to say the least.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're just thrilled at the turnout of the crowd, and, you know, this is our little Grey Cup of the East, and I can't ask for a better score at this point.
We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but for your family, how special a feeling would it be to win the first UTeck Bowl here on campus?
Oh, it's very emotional. It's very competitive. It's our cup. We want to keep it here.
We've talked about it many times before. This team meant so much to Coach UTeck.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, there wasn't even when Larry had to resign from coaching the athletic director, this was probably secretly his clutch favorite sport, so it's great.
Thank you, Steve. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Rod, back to you.
Our thanks to Sue UTeck and the UTeck family and the people here at St. Mary's University. Right now, Simon Fraser trying to mount a charge. They need a huge, huge comeback. There goes the counselor. This very first UTeck Bowl, the Mitchell Bowl to come on afterward. Master and Lavelle getting ready to tie one on. 7 minutes to go, third quarter. Twin backs in the backfield. Davies throwing. Looking for Mahoney. Davies slides for a first down. Mahoney was covered on the play, so a good call by J.R. Davies.
Yeah, he's looking out there at either Brent Couch or Brendan Mahoney. And good coverage by Darius Watson. Mahoney's out here. Trying to run in and help his quarterback a little bit, try and get open.
Grandson, the first athletic director and head coach, Simon Fraser, J.R. Davies. Granddad was Lauren Davies. Davies rolling. Has to run. Steps out of bounds. Maybe got 2 or 3.
You know, I'm not so sure he had to flush himself out of the pocket. It looked like the protection there was pretty good. But you know what? It's funny how sometimes they always say to coach, you know, coaches tell you something. You know, the first couple series can set the tone of a game. And remember the first half? I mean, he's got pretty good protection right here. That guy's cut. You know, and then he flushes himself out, just gives himself a chance out there. I think he could have hung in there a little bit and let the play develop a little bit longer.
He only got back to the line of scrimmage, so 2nd and 10. Howden comes wide left. Mahoney on his right side. Watched by Knights. He's going for Mahoney. Out pattern for a first down. Davies took a lick as well in the backfield.
Nice job of staying in there. You know, you watch Mahoney, how effortlessly he catches the ball. I mean, really a nice job. It just looks like, you know, hey, nothing. He's just so fluid here. Does a good job of attacking the outside shoulder, coming up, making a nice cut. They respect his speed. They're backing off, and just really nice job. Keep his eye on the ball. J.R. Davies sitting back here, delivers it. Takes the shot from Burris.
Jesse Costello is wide left now. Cowden wide right. Handoff draw play. Marty Kipps. Such a big game, 215 yards last week against Alberta. Has had a couple of good runs today, but has not been the force he was a week ago, the native of Lloydminster, Alberta.
And, you know, I think St. Mary's defensive line, you can tell they're very well coached. They do such a good job of getting off the initial block. You know, they hit, slide, and then they find the ball carrier.
Davies in the shotgun. 2nd and 8. Looking downfield, Cowden was open, lost him, and now a penalty flag in the backfield. Might be a holding call. Davies goes into the St. Mary's bench, knocks down the yardage marker to see what this call is, and it looks like it's a holding call, probably in the backfield against Simon Fraser.
And, you know, once again, here's Mahoney again out on the right-hand side against Knight. And again, I'm not so sure why he left the pocket. I mean, he doesn't have to. They did a pretty good job. Well, granted, it's being called back for the holding, but there's no need to flush himself out of the pocket.
Holding, Simon Fraser, 2nd down your field.
But usually when a quarterback's sitting back there that long, you know a flag's going to happen. I mean, it's just...
That was multiple holding, I think, a couple of players they got.
I think the officials started thinking, you know what, there's no way you can keep him out that long without doing something illegal.
So now 2nd and 18. Almost to the point he really has to start looking at number 19. Mahoney has been their game breaker. Needs someone to get you back in the game. You have to look to Mahoney. Down the field. That one for Cowden, but another penalty on the play. Like there might have been some movement on the line.
You know, J.R. Davies has a very strong arm. You watch him in the warm-ups, watch him throw that ball. If I would have any criticism at all, you're throwing a ball like that, you can't throw it on the line. You got to throw it. You got to put a lot of air underneath it. You know, you have to throw a perfect pass throwing it that way. And if the guy is not, if the defender is even beat, if the ball's coming in such a low trajectory, the defender can just step in front, even though he's beat by 2 yards and knock the ball.
Simon Fraser, offside, St. Mary's, 2nd down your field.
So procedure and offside negated. Once again, 2nd and 18, basically a redo here. J.R. Davies and the Simon Fraser University clan have won 4 straight games, starting the season 3-3, only their 2nd season in Canadian University football. Davies in the pocket, hangs in this time. Darcy Grant has the reception. And he picks up about half that first down yardage. Needed a lot more, so they will kick it away.
Well, Simon Fraser only going to have the wind for 4.5 more minutes, and the wind is starting to pick up even more as we speak. Hoping to pin St. Mary's deep in their own end. Force St. Mary's one more time to kick against the wind.
Luca Conji at his 48-yard line. Al Giacalone back at his 9-yard line. I try to angle one here. And it's a fake.
It's an onside kick.
Onside kick. But it doesn't work because the St. Mary's Huskies get the football right back. Well, let's try anything right now. That one didn't work. Watson has the ball. Huskies have a huge lead.
Okay, screws under an inch go here. Over an inch, the coffee can. Nuts and bolts I keep in the jars, unless they're under an inch, in which case they go here. Now, hooks are an exception.
With the new Home Handyman Hardware Caddy, all your fasteners go in one convenient spot. It comes with over 1,000 pieces, and you can take it with you anywhere. Get it for $24.97, only at Home Hardware.
Now, nails are a different story.
Home Hardware and Home Building Center. Help is close to home.
Welcome back to Husky Stadium in Halifax, Nova Scotia. The UTeck Bowl under cloudy skies today. Snowflakes, a lot of wind, cool temperatures. Perfect day for November football in Canada.
Sure is.
Good day for the Huskies so far. Quarterback Steve Piniella. His team has owned the football, including this guy, Giacalone. Another big game. Al Giacalone continues to pile up the yardage. Close to 200 yards now in rushing, 179 on the day. What a day. Between he and Mullings, we talked about it earlier, they call them thunder and lightning here. They put a bruising on the defense for Simon Fraser.
Now let's break that down, because take a look at the regular season. He only had 468 yards rushing total. He's almost met his whole season rushing yardage in 2 games.
Giacalone again. They keep going right side with Giacalone, and maybe this started a week ago for Giacalone. First play from scrimmage against St. FX. He took it the distance for a touchdown. Full of confidence right now.
Again, St. Mary's are back to running on the weak side, the short side of the field. They bring Chris Cembalaris around, get engaged. And the guy who has to make the tackle here, again, is Neil McKinley, but, you know, he's making them 9 yards downfield. They can't have him, your best defensive player, making tackles 9 yards down the field.
Inside 3 minutes here in the third quarter. St. Mary's will have the wind. It's kind of a crosswind, mind you, but they will have the breeze with them in the fourth quarter. Chance to seal it, put the sails up. Giacalone. Right now, they are showing no signs of wilting at all. Simon Fraser, try as they might, trying to come back here in this third quarter, have been not able to take the ball over the goal line.
And I'm sure that row aside, number 44, kind of looking around saying that Giacalone must have grease on his pads or something, because I had him wrapped right there for a loss.
I think he's calling him something other than that Giacalone, Mike. I think they're calling both of those running backs something else. They have been tough to bring down today. Mullings back in the game. A team in the backfield, too. Looking for Mako. Has him. And again, that is just short of another first down.
You know, St. Mary's are back to doing what they did in the first quarter, and that's just kind of going short side of the field, working on their weak side offense game. And, you know, just getting isolation out there. Just take Atlas downfield about 8 yards, turn them around. And the big cushion on them. They respect his speed. And you don't have to worry of being on the short side of the field or having that long throw, you know, across so the defender can come up and make the pick. It's a pretty short toss.
Mako comes wide right. Fraser O'Neill wide left. And in the backfield, Les Mullings gets it again. And this one, he is very close to a first down, might require a measurement. There's Giacalone on the sidelines. This was Giacalone last week. First play from scrimmage for Simon Fraser, or for St. Mary's rather, against St. FX, and he goes the length of the football field.
And they run him an option. He gets inside of the end zone. Talented back. Gave St. FX all sorts of fits last week. From Calgary, Alberta.
Doing the same against Simon Fraser this week. Third and short yardage. And it looks like they got it. Boy, that took some second effort, though, from the team.
Picks up the first down.
Looked for a moment, Jamie, like they stopped him short, but Simon Fraser has not been able to stop the Huskies today.
That was a good surge by Simon Fraser defensive line, but again, Enrico just kind of hits inside, then slides out and just finds that little opening to get the first down.
Look at the difference in rushing yardage. Astounding. That's why they lead by such a wide margin. 37-9. A minute to go here in the third quarter. Reverse to Mullings. Breaks some tackles, still on his feet. Takes practically the entire defense to bring him down.
And you know, how many times have we seen today that Simon Fraser had people in the proper position but cannot make the tackle. You know, these St. Mary's, Giacalone and Mullings made people miss the first initial tackle. I mean, they ran this play earlier, you know, the reverse again, fake inside trap, pull Big Steve Ince, and then they get outside. Look, the first guy, Plummer, and he's an all-star. I mean, he just misses them. Flat out, downright misses them.
Ball was whistled.
Ran that play earlier with Giacalone, this time with Mullings. And the desired effect again, picking up 9 yards. Should be the final play, barring a penalty here in this third quarter. Akeem inside. Another first down, and that is the end of the third quarter here at Husky Stadium. 15 minutes away are the St. Mary's Huskies from going to a third straight Vanier Cup. They lead by 37-9.
Introducing the new Chevrolet Optra. It's stylish, even when you're not.
During Mega Miles bonus time, every time you collect Air Miles reward miles at participating sponsors, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 25 trips for two to see Diana Krall live in concert in North America. But you can only win if you use your Air Miles card from October 20th until November 30th during Mega Miles bonus time. Complete contest rules available at airmiles.ca.
In Canada, there's one present that everyone opens early. Swiss Chalet's famous festive special. With rotisserie chicken, cranberry sauce, savory stuffing, and something extra special, Lindor chocolate truffles. Swiss Chalet's festive special. It just wouldn't be the holidays without it. And for all the people on your list, the Swiss Chalet gift card is always in the very best of taste.
Life should taste as good as Swiss Chalet.
Hey mama, this that beat that make you move, mama. Get on the floor and move your booty, mama. We the blast master blast in the future.
Cutie, cutie, make sure you move your booty. Shake that Timmy, now the city of sin. And hey shorty, I know you wanna party. The way your body looking make me really feel naughty.
It has been as dominant as the score indicates. 37-9, Steve Piniella and the Huskies 15 minutes away, a quarter away from going back to Skydome to defend their Vanier Cup championship. Piniella throws deep, no one there.
Pinellas pass, ball incomplete. Second down.
Steve Piniella, not bad numbers for him this afternoon. I'll tell you what, it's really nice when you've got all that rushing yardage right there after 3 quarters. Look at that, 449 to 210. Really is incredible.
Yeah, the passing numbers are awash, but the rushing numbers are
But it takes so much
huge.
pressure off you as a quarterback when you can run the ball. You know what? They're in a situation where they can run the ball now. Still, 2nd and 10 for them is nothing. They get 9 yards. They'll go for it 3rd down.
Pinella's throwing though. Blitz on, and he got smoked. Neil McKinley coming from the outside. One of the first times today that McKinley has been able to get to the St. Mary's quarterback. Pinella comes up limping. That might bring in Bill Robinson. And that may be a costly play at this stage in the game.
Well, take a look at the upper right-hand part of your screen. He's coming off the edge here. You're going to see him coming. He's coming hard the whole way. They've empty backfield. I mean, that's Pinella's read. I mean, he's got him on the front side. Pinella knows, I can't hold the ball. Get a crossing route coming underneath. You got to deal it right away.
One thing you don't want to see happen is your starting quarterback go down when you really can pretty much coast your way to the Vanier Cup.
Ball down.
Valos Again. That one from the 31. It's 40-9, a 31-point St. Mary's lead.
Right now, you can pick up a Steel VG55 blower for just $229.95 at a Steel dealer near you. Get real power. Steel, built to last, priced to sell.
My name is Randy.
Call me Josh.
Desmond.
I'm Courtney.
Right now, I'm into bodybuilding, football.
Basketball. I like to hang out.
I want to be a cat.
I would be a bird.
I guess you can say I'm quirky. Underneath, I'm just all gooey and mushy.
Pardon me? I say cool way too much.
I like being different and weird.
I'm not a patient person. Next question. I love to laugh.
I don't want to be like everybody else.
Cool. Esquire. Esquire.
Esquire. I am who I am.
These are our laboratories. These are our subjects. Adidas Active for men. Antiperspirant with sweat-activated smart technology. The harder you sweat, the harder it works. Adidas Active. Athletes get it. Also available in deodorant body spray.
This is a 10-second ad, because they don't sell 6.2-second time slots.
The Cowboys and Pats buckle up for action Sunday on TSN.
31-point lead for the St. Mary's Huskies. Let's go to Paul Hollingsworth with one of the all-time leaf crates.
Yeah, Rod, you walk around and look who you find. Rick 5, former Toronto Maple Leaf. What brings you to Halifax for UTeck Bowl?
Well, I actually just come down and watch the game. I've never been to one. My next-door neighbors from Halifax and said, why don't we go down? I said, yeah, why not? So, unfortunately, we're not seeing a great game, but great game for the Huskies, and I'm from PEI, so go Huskies.
Well, I was going to say, a lot of Maritime fans remember you coaching the St. John Flames in the American Hockey League about 5 years ago. But for people outside of Southern Ontario who have lost track of what you're doing, tell Maritime people today, what are you doing these days?
Well, I do work on Leafs television, pre- and post-game shows, and little stuff in the community on behalf of the Maple Leafs, and having a blast doing it, having fun. Had to take a game off to come out here for the weekend, but it's going to be well worth it.
Thanks, Rick. Appreciate that.
All right, my pleasure.
Rod, back to you.
Thank you, Rick 5. And Paul, well, you're watching Christian Simmerling take the ball away. Interception for St. Mary's. Their first turnover. There was a flag in the backfield. Didn't matter. It was a holding call. So it's all St. Mary's as they continue to pound the Clan.
Again, watch protection here is okay. Why is he leaving the pocket? Don't leave the pocket. Now he gets out here, now he makes an ill-advised decision, throws the ball back inside, bad things happen. Christian Simmerling comes in for his 5th pick of the year, brings it back. I mean, I'm just a little bit surprised that J.R. Davies just doesn't have the confidence to sit in the pocket and pick his receivers up. There's no need to. I understand there's a clock in your head that, you know what, after 3.5 seconds, you think something's got to happen. But boy, you got to have the discipline to stay in that pocket.
Billy Robinson Jr. is in the ball game now. Pinella on the sidelines. We might have to get an injury report, too, on him. Mullings goes right side, flag on the field. Pinella was roughed up on that last possession. They might just be sitting him down, getting ready for next week, because 13 minutes to go, and the Clan are showing no signs of trying to get back in this one.
Yeah, I also think it's good to give Bill Robinson Jr. some playing time right now, because, you know, he is your backup quarterback. You want him to have that experience, and, you know what, a good afternoon, 10 to 12. I mean,
go for a bike ride.
Exactly. Keep yourself warm.
Do you have an exercise bike on the field?
Actually, I think we should have one up here. The only way I can keep warm.
So Bill Robinson in the game. 31-point lead. Huskies howling here.
You know, you'd have to go back to 2001. You know, and that was probably one of the most dominant teams we've seen in the modern era for college football in Canada. And in the Atlantic Bowl that year, which is now the UTeck Bowl, they beat Laval 48-8. I mean, it was just such a dominant performance.
What a great play. Fake the reverse. Davidson at first and see ya. Touchdown.
Wow. You know, there are certain elements of defense and things you have to have is check,
And you have to be able to make sure that the backside, you just don't run away from it. But Bill Robinson Jr. did such a great job of ball handling
NASCAR
here
Billy Robinson
that everybody
to
goes
Mike
to the fake,
McPherson
and why
for the
not? When you're
touchdown.
making it to two great backs, you got to respect them.
There go the sliders. What a great play, though. The fake to Mullings. And it looks like St. Mary's is sliding all the way to Toronto.
There they come again.
This one is over. It's over. Robinson to McPherson, and the punctuation point, the exclamation point, and make it 47 points to 9. The Huskies are going back to the Vanier Cup, folks.
During Mega Miles bonus time, every time you collect Air Miles reward miles at participating sponsors, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 25 trips for two to see Diana Krall live in concert in North America. But you can only win if you use your Air Miles card from October 20th until November 30th during Mega Miles bonus time. Complete contest rules available at airmiles.ca.
Well, just the way you wanted to punch your ticket to the championship game. Barring a miracle comeback, this baby is over. And
look at this nice ball handling right here. I mean, that's a really nice fake. Turns his head and goes with him. That's what sells it. You know, he almost could have run this in because I tell you, Mike McPherson's so wide open here. And then, man, there's just no one there. No one there. Mike McPherson, the only holdover receiver, starting receiver from last year's team. Makes it look very easy. One of the 23 native Nova Scotians on this St. Mary's Huskies football team.
Well, the Huskies today, they have to pin the ball on the old days because of the wind, but Huskies today are sending a message, I think, also to maybe some critics out there who may have thought this team may not be as good as the previous two championship teams. Mahoney gets the ball and is rocked hard. 8 in one season, it's hard to be critical of. They had one loss against Laval, but again, I think there were some question marks. Are they as good as the previous one? I think they're showing today. They just might be.
And you know what, I think if you follow it, you'd say, you know, you lose half your team, half your starters. How could you be as good as you were a year ago? And, you know, they had their moments this year where they did struggle a little bit. But, you know, interestingly enough, when they had the bye week off before they played in for the Atlantic Bowl now, it's the Jewish Trophy, Blake Neal said, you know, we basically went to training camp. We had 2-a-days. Because he said, you know, we need to get our kids' heads straight back on again. That, you know, we got to get back to very basic fundamentals in hitting. And one thing you can see about the St. Mary's football team today, they are a physical football team. These guys run and hit hard.
J.R. Davies, it kind of tells you the day they're having. He has to take a timeout behind center. But Blake Neal is 6th season coaching, 50-10 as the coach of the St. Mary's Huskies. They've won the Vanier Cup, the Canadian Championship, the last 2 years.
And, you know, that 1991 year, they lost to Laval in the Vanier 14-10. I mean, that was a real close game. 2000, Regina had that spectacular comeback with running back Neil Hughes and Darrell Lisa playing quarterback. Just incredible. And so, you know, really those guys could have theoretically been looking at 4 Vanier Cups. They're going after 3 in a row right now. And, you know, it's probably only fitting that St. Mary's get back to at least defend their title.
Only 2 other teams have ever repeated as St. Mary's Huskies have. That was Manitoba in 69-70, Western Mustangs in 76-77.
Now, you're a Winnipeg guy. I'm going to throw this bone at you right now. No pun intended.
Jamie
There you go, exactly.
All right.
Who's the quarterback for the Manitoba Bisons when they won in 1969-1970? Went on and played in the CFL. Not as quarterback.
I should know that one.
Bobby Kramer?
It was, yes.
You're right. Bobby Kramer.
I don't think I was born yet.
Yeah. Listen, I was only in grade 1.
Who was the quarterback for Western in 76-77? I think I know that guy, too.
I think you might know who that is.
But, you know, the Huskies, no team has ever gone to 3 straight Vanier Cups, so they're going to make history anyway, because this baby is in their pocket. Looking for Mahoney. Throws it out of bounds.
A smart move, you know. If it wasn't there, just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Come back, get back in the huddle, and huddle it up again.
12:39 to go, 4th quarter. And a miserable afternoon for the Simon Fraser University Clan, a team that has been playing American rules football for better part of the last 4 decades. Their longtime coach was one of the original Klansmen as an offensive tackle. His teammate was Dave Cutler. The Klan, Cutler was actually a linebacker at the time when he played for Simon Fraser. Went on to become a Hall of Fame kicker. Out of the backfield is kicked. Of course, Cutler's team, the Edmonton Eskimos, back in the Grey Cup tomorrow.
Who do you like?
China. I like Edmonton. I like Montreal last year. I like Edmonton this year. Ricky Ray's played well. I think it's going to be a terrific game. You got two dynamite offenses.
Now, it's interesting about Simon Fraser. You know, when they used to play in the NAIA, which was a division of the NCAA, you're right. There are no playoff games. They're basically exhibition games almost for them, playing down there. But they put, I think I read it the other day, 123 players from 1965 to now into the CFL. And some of them, I mean, some great players. Sean Millington, of course. Mike Billimet with the Renegades now. And
Rick House played there. Orville Lee. Oh, and it's blocked. It's blocked. Bonaventura. Touchdown.
Wow.
And it's going from bad to worse for the Klan. The defending Vanier Cup champions are looking awesome offensively and defensively this afternoon here in Halifax, and the Sliders are back.
You know, we were talking about how hard St. Mary's are playing right now and how physical they've been all afternoon. And, you know, you really get a good demonstration of how physical they've been on special teams. And, of course, you know, you're punting the ball, that's another special teams. And I tell you, they came with people and got right in there and made a great block. And then, of course, Joe Bonaventura, middle linebacker, we saw earlier try to take the ball, just picked it up, and I tell you, no one was stopping him.
You know,
he's getting to the end zone.
They're both making statements today, the MVPs from last year's Vanier Cup, although Bonaventura is hurt, and that could also be costly. Interesting how Bonaventura is limping, so is Pinella. Both were MVPs in the Vanier Cup, and both have had outstanding games.
They really have this afternoon. You know, they say good players play really well in big games, and both of those guys have certainly done that this afternoon.
Heck, the Huskies mascot has had a good game. It's been all St. Mary's. And, you know, I know that it is not very flattering to the Simon Fraser University Klan, but, you know, just to get to this point, to get here is something else. And, you know, the way this program is built in Simon Fraser, it's just nice to, I think it's just for everybody, it's nice to have them playing in the CIS.
No question, it's great. You know, we had University of Montreal, you know, came in last year. They had Sherbrooke this year. I mean, it's really great to see it expanding. Now, I'm wondering if Bonaventura was hurt going into the end zone or by his own teammates jumping on him.
I think he might have been, I think you're right. Self-induced by the Huskies, and the point after is blocked. But the block was the one on the punt. And here it is. And another Husky touchdown. Bonaventura, it's 53-9.
For the man who'd do anything for more meat, we present the new Big Harv. 6 beefy ounces cooked over a blackened grill and served on one lucky bun. Harvey's, long lives the grill.
The restyled 265 horsepower Acura MDX. Power and refinement, living in perfect harmony.
Get the latest DVDs at the Walmart Home Entertainment Department.
Buy T3 now on DVD.
Get out of here, now!
On DVD, see revealing new footage.
The staging of it, the planning, the writing.
Study the weapons.
Judgment Day is inevitable.
Create your own explosive effects. Buy Terminator 3, Rise of the Machines, now on DVD.
For the hottest DVDs at everyday low prices, come to Walmart.
Coming up after this one, it's Laval and McMaster from Iverwin Stadium. Talk about good running games. McMaster Marauders with Jesse Lumsden, son of Neil Lumsden, the CFL great, and Lavelle. Terrific quarterback there. Matthew Brittrone. Big kick here. Mahoney back at his 5. What an afternoon, though. What a day for the Huskies, but also number 15, Les Mullins.
That last block punt, you and I were talking during the break, and you know, he's a special teams player of the year in the AUS, yet nobody blocks him. I mean, I just don't understand that. He comes in free and makes the block, and then, of course, Joe Bonaventura picks it up. I mean, he's one of your better players. You got to take care of him.
Mullings has had a banner afternoon. He's getting ready. J.R. Davies still in the game. His team down by 44 points.
You know, I'm a bit surprised that he's still in there. I mean, granted, he is the quarterback, and there's still time, but, you know, maybe now it's time to get some other people some playoff experience.
Well, then they're going to use this, Simon Fraser. A lot of people thought that Saskatchewan would be the team here. We have a rematch of the Huskies, Saskatchewan and St. Mary's. Huskies lost to Alberta, and maybe the road was paved, I'm not going to say easier, but more favorably for Simon Fraser. And to play Alberta last week, everybody thought that Saskatchewan team might even win the CIS championship.
Well, he had 2 years in a row in Canada West, the undefeated team during the regular season. He was knocked off in the first round of the playoffs. Manitoba last year. And
offside! St. Mary's up 5 yards. Keep first down.
You've been on both sides of one of these butt kickings. You know what it's like, and it's not easy, but it's not easy. And so now,
you know what? As I say, and I think Chris Beaton will approach this right, saying, you know what, we're going to have to take small steps. And you know, the step this year, they won the Hardy Cup. Only in the second year of the league, they won the Hardy Cup. Last year, they were 2-6. This year, they were 5-3. They're going to be 5-4. So you got to build on those things.
It's been awfully tough, though, when you're facing the likes of number 15, the outstanding player, nominee from this conference, his touchdown early in the ball game. Left side, and then later right side.
Left, right, it doesn't matter which side you give him the ball. And they use him as a kick blocker as well. It's a super afternoon for Les Mullins.
Doesn't take a rest, both sides of the ball. Special teams player, Les Mullins. You know, and the Huskies offense is going to get a lot of credit today. Canella's played well with his receivers and his running backs. Certainly the running game has been a factor, but Simon Fraser's only scored 9 points.
Yeah, no question. And just the one touchdown just before the half and the field goal, and that was it.
Who will Blake Nill and the Huskies play next week? That'll be a pretty good ball game. Master and Lavelle coming up. Leif Pedersen and John Wells are standing by there.
And, you know, McMaster is one of those teams, too, the last few years where they've always seemed to come up, with the exception of the one year they played Manitoba, but they've always come up against a team in the bowl games, in the semi-bowl games, that goes on to win the Vanier Cup. You know, they lost to Ottawa in 1999, or excuse me, 2000. Oh, fake.
Manji takes it. We'll get the first down. You've got to do anything, pull out all the stops at this point. Manji may have done that. Well, there's a flag on the far side of the field, though. The last time Conji went back, he had the punt blocked. That time he ran with it and picked up the first down. Let's see what the officials rule here. Chris Beaton still with a headset on, though, thinking that maybe, 10 minutes.
Unnecessary roughness, face mask, ball against St. Mary's.
At least put some points on the board. And it's a face masking call.
Unnecessary roughness. Grabbing the face mask. St. Mary's up 15 yards. First down.
Well, 15 yards tacked onto that last play. And Simon Fraser will try to bring the ball downfield and find the end zone again.
You know, last year when Simon Fraser came into the league, they did not play any fifth-year players. So this is still a relatively young football team.
So a timeout on the field. J.R. Davies will go talk with Beaton. Blake Nill actually called the timeout. St. Mary's. they'll be back in Skydome next week. 53-9 is the score here. Next Saturday, 3 o'clock Eastern, noon Pacific. Glenn Sooner will join us up in the booth next Saturday afternoon. Looking forward to a good one there. Vanier Cup, always a special time of the year. And depending on who makes it, you always get, you know, some of those students that make a trek to Toronto to cheer on their team.
Well, I'm sure Glenn Suter will be very disappointed to see how his SFU client has done this afternoon.
He's sitting in his hotel room in Regina right now. Not very happy. Davies out of the pocket, rolling again with some protection and some room now. And will he go down? Eventually does, but he's tackled. But he has a first down.
You know, J.R. Davies had a real exceptional year this year at Canada West, and you know, you really can't take anything away from him. I mean, this afternoon he's carried the ball a few times, 26 yards, but you know, he's threw 19 touchdown passes in the season, only 4 interceptions. So really quite a talent.
Their inability, though, today to establish any type of running game like they did last week against Alberta has really been a factor. 9.5 minutes to go. Mahoney comes wide right. First and 10 for the Clan. There's the run there with Kipps.
You know, one of the things that St. Mary's have done a very good job today in really stopping Marty Kipps. They never really allowed him to turn his shoulders up in the air. You know, he's always running laterally. Never kind of turn him to let him go because he's an exceptional runner. But just keep stringing him out, and then make a tackle on him.
So it will be 2nd and 8. Inside 9 minutes of the ball game. Looking downfield for Mahoney, who turns, and basically a prevent defense now by Huskies. They just let him have that ball. He turned on an out pattern, and Mahoney has another catch.
Well, St. Mary's are only rushing 3 guys right now. They're giving some of the defensive linemen a break, giving them some experience that they're going to need.
Well, again, what you don't want to do at this time, you got a championship game to play next Saturday. You don't want to lose anybody by injury. And Greg Luchuk is hurt right now at midfield, and he'll leave the ball game. Looks like he's got some sort of hand injury.
Greg Luchuk was the AUS Rookie of the Year last year.
So it'll be another 1st and 10 for the Clan. Again, stay with us because semifinal Saturday will continue. Back to Iverwin Stadium in Hamilton for Mack and Lavelle. Mahoney on the right side this time of Davies. Cuts across the middle, but Davies goes deep and nowhere close to anyone. And Davies got rocked in the backfield as he let go of that ball.
Yeah, that's a tough pass to throw against in this wind. I mean, he's trying to throw a 50-yard pass down the field. And the wind is coming right from that corner that he was trying to throw into. The ball just got hung up there.
Well, it was quite a year for Simon Fraser, regardless of this score, to win the Canada West Championship.
Well, they were a team that was so unassuming. You know, nobody really gave them much of a chance, and they kind of snuck up. And, you know, played very well at the end of the season, winning 4 straight.
Davies went over the middle, picked, and gone. Christian Simmerling's 2nd interception of the day. This one for a touchdown, 86 yards. And the route continues.
Wow.
That was thrown right into the arms of Christian Simmerling, though.
You know, there is some great pressure by Simeon Jones, number 70, St. Mary's. And, you know, J.R. Davies could feel him coming, and he just tried to get the ball off. It was an ill-advised throw, and Simmerling saw it coming all the way. You know, and he's not even a starter. I mean, that's a 6th pick, second one today.
22 interceptions on the season for the
That was a
secondary.
92-yard interception.
Simmerling,
Return for
86-yard
Simmerling.
touchdown. The St. Mary's Huskies have run out of ways to score. They scored every way possible here today. 59 to 9. Make it 60 now with the point after at the UTeck Bowl.
Ever lose your place? Can't see where you've painted? With white ceilings, you know it happens. But you can beat the white ceiling blues with Ceiling Perfect by Beauty Tone Paints, only at Home Hardware. Ceiling Perfect goes on with a hint of blue, but dries to a beautiful white matte finish, so you can always see where you've painted with no missed spots. For perfect ceilings, use Ceiling Perfect by Beauty Tone, only $24.97, only at Home Hardware and Home Building Center. Help is close to home.
It still says transmission complete, but that's not true because the paper won't go into the machine. It's not being
Walt,
fed.
FedEx delivery for you.
Just toss it on my desk. Give me a receipt now. Press the receipt, nothing's...
.ca. Canada, you know, he catches it now, just a foot race over his shoulder. He knows he's gone. 2 touchdowns now in a row. Yeah, a little experience. And I don't think you take him. I think you just have to take him out because he's done what he can do before you say.
14 of that, the 2 picks.
The new Echo hatchback from Toyota. What goes in the hatch is up to you.
Backup quarterback Bill Robinson still getting some playing time. Again, we have some audio difficulties apparently, so if you can't hear us, we apologize. Get that fixed. 6 minutes to go, still lots of time. And you know the Huskies now are just trying to put the sails up, get ready for next week. The Vanier Cup, they have made a statement here, a serious statement. Also, not only to Simon Fraser, but to the 2 teams, one of which they'll play next week, that will play after this game, McMaster and Lavelle.
I think what's been so impressive about them is how physical they've been. And, you know, if you're a coach like Chris Beaton going to your kids, you know, I mean, after the game you say, we tried our hardest, but, you know, sometimes there comes a point where you say, they were just physically better than we were today. I mean, they've been beaten in all aspects of the game.
Every aspect. Let's go down to Paul Hollingsworth now. Paul?
We remind you that immediately following the game, we will have the presentation take place at center field. We would ask you to please remain in your seats. Please stay off the field at the end of the game.
And Paul's mic is down too. Again, we have some audio difficulties.
And, you know, you have to give credit to, we talk a lot about Blake Mill, but, you know, he's put together an exceptional staff here. You know, Steve Samara, who's the offensive coordinator, and, you know, he's kind of always in the shadows, but boy, I tell you, he's put together a great, great game plan. You know, he's got some really good players. You know, we talked about the kicking game. Look at Rodrigo today. I mean, he's done a really good job. And who's their kicking coach that they brought in this year? You know, it's Terry Baker, formerly the Montreal Alouettes. Ryan Jones is helping with the quarterbacks. And you see Bro Asai kind of walking off the field. Good sign.
Being an assistant coach, sit on top of a slab of concrete.
They better have a tether to him. That's all I can say. I wouldn't be up there. Actually, when we were here years ago when I was coaching Western, Greg Marshall was an assistant, and Greg Marshall has a fear of heights. And he had to go up there, and I tell you, he was back about 6 feet from the edge looking over. He did not want to be up there.
Greg Marshall's Master Marauders getting ready to take on Lavelle. We'll send you there in a few moments. Another reception as the Clan try to knock the ball out.
So, you know,
this is time where some of the subs get a chance to play. And one of the things, even if you're a player on the B team, even in a big lead, you're going to go out there and try to do something.
Right, and, actually, and you know, some of these guys at St. Mary's in the receiving corps, I mean, there's a real fine line between the guys that are starting. I mean, that's the guy who just made that reception there, Rod Seitz. He's from Kamloops, British Columbia, but he attended University of Northern Iowa. And, you know, it's funny, when I look at him, I see 88, I always think of, you know, Dave Stala. You know, it's in my mind. I always saw him play for all those years. But
Stala, of course, making the move to the Canadian Football League this year.
And think about that. I mean, here he is at Montreal. You know, 2 back-to-back Vanier Cups, and now he's in a Grey Cup in his first year. The guy got horseshoes or what?
Yeah. And he's going to be a happy guy today. Maybe try to use some of that magic tomorrow.
You know, I think the only last time that probably happened would have been Jeff Avery. I don't know if you remember Jeff Avery when he played, but he played with Neil Lumsden's team back in '75, the Ottawa GGs, and then the next year with the Ottawa Rough Riders, they won the Grey Cup with Tom Clements in Saskatchewan.
Clements to Gabriel.
Right.
Handoff up the middle. And there's Hakeem. And tomorrow, it is Grey Cup Sunday. The biggest days of the year for a Canadian sports fan. You got your Grey Cup party ready?
Yes.
Countdown to Grey Cup starts with the panel, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific time. If you were watching SportsCenter last night, the panel got some serious competition from 4 Montreal Alouettes. And Mark Megna did one of the best Chris Schultz impressions I've ever seen.
It was very good.
Pat Woodcock was Dave Randorf. It's hard to beat Dave Randorf, period. Ben Cahoon was Matt Dunnigan, and Jermaine Copeland was Jock Climbing. And a fumble. And guess what? 60-9. They could get close to 70 here.
The 2004 SI sedan has arrived. Get in.
Well, St. Mary's leading 60-9. A fumble on that last play, but officials rule that the Clan had the ball. 3:44. J.R. Davies would like to at least get something downfield here. I know this season is going to end on a sour note, but no reason to hang their heads. They played very well. Certainly the last 4 games, winning all 4 of them. This is going to be one that's going to stick in their minds for a while. But
you know what, the experience of being here. I mean, you know, I think the big experience that he's going to tell his kids is see what it takes to get to that next level. You see how St. Mary's have played today, how physical they were. And I think it becomes a benchmark. So kids that were playing here now are going to say, I know what it takes now to play at that next level. It's harder, much harder.
We're getting ready to kick off in Iverwood Stadium. We'll take you there. McMaster, LaBelle coming up next.
The 2003 UTeck Bowl on TSN is brought to you in part by Esquire. It has your name on it. By the Keg Steakhouse and Bar. For great steaks, good friends, see you tonight. And by Steel, makers of the world's #1 selling chainsaw.
So 2:56 to play. A very long afternoon for Simon Fraser University. Luca Conji is back in his end zone. Kicked the ball away again. Might be taking the knee here. Although maybe they don't want to put any more points on the board. Almost had it blocked.
Great kick.
That is one thing they can't complain about today. Conji, when he has kicked the football, has kicked it very well.
Find it very well.
But you know, you're drawing threads and strings when you're saying the best part of your game was your punting game today.
No question. Yeah.
The Clan has just been dominated. St. Mary's, right from the get-go, have been the better team. They have racked up some yardage. One thing you don't want to do either is blow your wad for next week.
No, exactly. You know, and that's going to be a real issue, I think, for Blake Neal. Now, I think his team's experienced enough to know that. If they had not have been in a couple of Vanier Cups before, I think he'd be worried about it, nervous about it. Because usually, I'll tell you, when a team has a really big week, the next week they usually do as well.
Well, Les Mullings and Al Giacalone have had time to rest in this second half. That's the good news. Manella played a good game. He has a chance to rest. Billy Robinson gets some reps here in the second half of this fourth quarter. So those guys will be fresh next week. And a chance to make history, a chance to get the vaunted three-peat, which has never been done before in Vanier Cup history.
And I think that will be a bit of the focus Blake Neal will have this week, is saying exactly what you said. You know, we got a chance to do something that no one's done before. You know, let's not go to this Vanier Cup game thinking that it's just, you know, we've been there before. We know what it takes to win it. But let's not get complacent.
Well, they won't have to worry about the wind or the snowflakes next week. Indoors at Skydome, Robinson takes the pitch and hangs on. Inside 2 minutes. At this point, you kind of just run the clock.
Well, I think so. You know, the game is 60-9. I think, you know, the clock is supposed to stop after every whistle in the last 3 minutes. Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought sometimes the whistle might just go and say, let's just run the clock. Let's just get the game over with.
I don't think you get an argument from either coach.
No. And it's funny how, I bet you if you go to St. Mary's bench right now, those guys look awful warm over there right now. And I'm sure if you look at the Clan bench, those guys look a little chilly.
So Robinson, who's quarterbacking, steps a few yards back from 3rd and 2, and he'll kick the ball away. And that kind of day was Simon Fraser. St. Mary's a minute and a half away from going to the Cup.
The new Braun Free Glider automatically dispenses a protective shaving conditioner, reducing the risk of abrasion, giving a clean, close shave.
And if you're not completely satisfied, we'll give you your money back.
Braun, designed to make a difference.
Reason to smile for Blake Neal and his coaching staff and to the St. Mary's Huskies. Going back to a 3rd straight Vanier Cup. Simon Fraser offering very little opposition today. This game was over in the first quarter. It was 21-0, and that was it.
The 2003 UTeck Bowl on TSN is brought to you in part by Tissot Swiss Watches since 1853. Tissot, innovators by tradition. And by Magma Communications, www.magma.ca. Demand more, demand better, get Magma.
So we're going to give the game ball away?
I think so. I think it's about that time.
After this play, the Jamie Bone Most Valuable Player of the Game award will be handed out.
I don't think they'll name it after me.
But here in the first ever UTeck Bowl, a lot of emotion riding in this stadium. The coaching staff and players. And Les Mullings is the UTeck Bowl MVP, the first ever UTeck Bowl, and he's the most valuable player. And those 2 early touchdowns set the tone.
It really was his show today, no question about it. I mean, the 2 early touchdowns and the block kick and just his overall play on special teams is really quite phenomenal.
That's why he is one of the candidates for the Heck Crichton Award.
You know, he said after the Laval loss, you know, he had 16 yards rushing in that game. And he said, you know, I really kind of committed myself to make him, you know, that would never happen again. Now, it wasn't totally his fault, of course. But I think they are just chomping on the bit, hoping that Laval wins. I think they really want to play them again.
Yeah, that loss to Laval was kind of like this win they had today. 49-8 they lost. It was a huge wake-up call for the Huskies.
And, you know, Blake Neal did say they were dominated in every aspect of that game. He said they were much more physical than we were. They were better prepared. And so they'd like to have another shot at them.
They try to play this one out, a flag on the field. Just a minute left before the Huskies get ready to go to the Vanier Cup.
We can ride some untouched powder.
Can be just the two of us.
I can show my family they're welcome here.
We can just chill. We can be on top of the world.
We can do anything here in Canada.
2001, 2002, and 2003. The St. Mary's Huskies will make an appearance in the Vanier Cup Championship. They've won the previous 2 years. Can they make it 3 in a row? They'll await the winner. I guess they'll watch the second half of our semifinal Saturday coming up, McMaster and Laval, to see who they'll meet next Saturday.
You know, 4 of the last 5 years they've been in the Vanier Cup. That's pretty remarkable. I mean, and so you're almost like with a whole turnover of players. And you know, it's real difficult sometimes. You know, Blake was concerned about this, saying that, you know, when he built this team, all those kids had real sweat equity in it. You know, like they had to struggle and hard to scrape and fight to get to the Vanier Cup and win. What he was afraid of is that other guys who came in after they've been to a couple of Vaniers, you know, think, hey, all I got to do is just kind of strap the helmet on and go out there and play. But, you know, obviously this team has heeded that lesson very, very well. This is a team that has come to play, has played hard.
Playing hard right to the end. The team. That's Gabe Harvey this time getting the call. The team was in the backfield in the ball game. Giacalone and Mullings out of the ball game. And the subs all getting a chance to play now.
You know, Gabe Harvey was a real big part of their offense last year. He and Dean Jones were in the backfield a lot. And Erico and Beam, of course. But this year, you know, he hasn't really had as much playing time as Erico. But he's certainly a fine running back.
Well, they get the party started here again in final 40 seconds in St. Mary's. Probably party tonight and then rest. Wait for next weekend and a chance to maybe celebrate again. And what a day for St. Mary's. What a day for the Larry UTeck family. Great memory. Blake Mill was emotional before the game talking about what Larry UTeck meant to this.
Now, hey, you don't want to make the coach sick. You don't want to be doing that.
That has got to be cool. You know, you don't mind either if it's at the gun, but he's got 30 seconds to sit there.
Those will be icicles by the time he gets in the locker room. Yeah. I think St. Mary's are just going to do the classic thing here and take a knee.
Look at the offense. Wow. 5-12 to 244. It started early.
Okay.
Les Mullings running. The defense did it. Piniella did it in the air. Tomiak had a couple of touchdowns. Giacalone ran like crazy. And now the St. Mary's Huskies are going back to the Vanier Cup. And they did it with an awesome display. The final is 60-9. The Huskies are going back to Skydome as we send you to Iverwin Stadium and John Wells and Lee Pedersen.
Here we are at Iverwin Stadium in Hamilton, where these two teams have outdrawn the Tiger Cats through their 2003 regular season. It is the Mitchell Bowl coming up. Laval against McMaster. We expect a terrific game between the top two university teams in the country.
And really explosive teams. Both teams average over 500 yards of offense a game. Now, John, they both say they have good defenses, too, so something's going to give this afternoon. Two terrific teams. Mathieu Bertrand, the quarterback for Laval. Superb Jesse Lumsden, the great running back for Mac. What a game it's going to be.
One berth available in the Vanier Cup next weekend. It will be decided this afternoon in the Mitchell Bowl here in Hamilton.
The 2003 Mitchell Bowl on TSN is brought to you in part by Esquire. It has your name on it. By the Keg Steakhouse and Bar. For great steaks, good friends, see you tonight. And by Steel, makers of the world's #1 selling chainsaw.
This saved your butt. These are your battle scars. This was meeting a freight train. And this would drive you crazy.
The 2003 Mitchell Bowl on TSN is brought to you in part by Tissot Swiss Watches since 1853. Tissot, innovators by tradition. And by Magma Communications, www.magma.ca. Demand more, demand better. Get Magma.
Rouge or 7-1 on the season. Glenn Constantine, who was around when Laval won the Vanier Cup in 1999. Head coach then was Jacques Chapdelaine. And the McMaster Marauders, coached by Greg Marshall in his 7th season, 3-0 in the playoffs, 8-0 during the regular season. Unbeaten coming into this Mitchell Bowl, edition number 2. McMaster kicking off, and it's coming down inside the 15-yard line. Solid return for Le Rouge or Nicolas Bastillon. And Laval will begin outside their own 35-yard line, quarterbacked by a 26-year-old veteran, Mathieu Bertrand, who has had another outstanding season and fired 17 touchdowns against just 5 interceptions.
And the biggest weapon he has is Jean-Frédéric Tremblay, number 88, the wide receiver. Look for Mack to try to take him out of the game early.
And on first down, it will be another first down for Laval out across midfield.
First down.
Jean-Frédéric Tremblay, number 88, has his first catch of the day and a substantial gain.
And the pressure will be clearly on the Mac defense, as it will for Laval's defense today with these two high-powered offenses. A good front four for Mac. They've got to get some pass rush on Bertrand. If they don't, this secondary is going to have a tough time handling those Laval speedy receivers.
Bertrand can throw and he can run. And here's his second pass, almost intercepted. And they rule it no catch down there. Tristan Clovis had an opportunity, but it goes incomplete.
Good coverage by Josh Armstrong, number 4, and Mac's going to have to do that. They came on a halfback blitz. They tried to get pressure on Bertrand. I think it's a good idea. However, they didn't get close to him, and they're asking for trouble putting their DBs, which is probably the most vulnerable part of this defense. They're asking for trouble against Bertrand.
This is 2nd and 10.
Blitz again.
Laval, and there's close to a first down depending on where they spot the ball. Near the 45, and it looks like they will come up just a little bit shy of the first down.
Well, Mathieu Bertrand, 2 years in a row, he's been the Quebec Conference MVP. Those are his numbers from this year. You can see an exceptional touchdown to interception ratio. What we haven't talked a lot about is his running ability.
3rd down, less than a yard to go as Laval goes gambling on the first sequence, and that will be plenty for a first down to keep this drive moving inside McMaster territory.
And speaking of his running ability, you know, John, at 6'3", 240 pounds, head coach Glenn Constantine has another weapon in that backfield. He averaged almost 6 yards a carry this year and easily picked up that first down on the initial 3rd down gamble of the game.
9 rushing touchdowns for Bertrand during the regular season as Laval comes in with a 7-1 regular season record and 2 wins in the playoffs. This is the opening drive for Laval, and they have 4 running backs to get the job done. That's Nicolas Bastillon. He's the speedy one who picked up 350 yards during the regular season, but they'll rotate 4 backs through in this offense.
You know, John, I saw them play Concordia last week, and they have 4 very speedy running backs. Bastillon, there are the numbers for him, but with Plamondon, Fuerte Flores, and Pierre Yo, they have four backs that can really all get the job done, totally interchangeable.
Gain is 2, 2nd and 8. Bertrand looks to put it up far side and well over the head of his intended target. Nice catch on the sidelines by one of the coaches for McMaster.
You know, talking to Greg Marshall, the head coach, earlier this afternoon, you know, talking about his defense, what coverages do you like to play? He said, we are truly a base cover 3 defense. Now, that means strictly zone with 3 deep and 5 underneath. And you know what? If they can keep Laval in second and long as they did there, they can play that kind of defense. And that time, really, Bertrand in the zone had no one to go to.
Don't hold him! Don't hold! Don't hold!
Not a great kick. McMaster picking it up and drawing a flag as Kwame Aidu was there and ready on a short kick that time by Nicholas Racine.
Hide your flag. Hide the flag. Okay, so it'll be first down here.
John Behe with a good arm is the starting quarterback. The running backs are outstanding. Lumsden and Pierre.
But if you ask Greg Marshall the strength of the offense, he says it's my offensive line. They're interchangeable. They're quick. They're fast and they're athletic, and they do a terrific job opening holes for Jesse Lumsden and Kyle Pierre when they choose to use him as a running back as well.
First down, McMaster at the 30. This is Lumsden, right side. This guy is a stud, and he can flat out fly. 4.4 speed as a penalty goes down. Lumsden led the entire nation in rushing yards. 19 touchdowns on the season, 1,497 rushing yards.
Right here where I am now. Okay, back 10.
Holding McMaster after yards are gained, 10-yard penalty, first down.
It'll be a first down. Lumsden had the necessary yardage.
Well, the Laval defense is going to have their hands full trying to stop this powerful Mac running game. They do have a good front four, strong linebackers, secondary good man-to-man. I mean, this is a very interesting matchup, John, because, hey, Mac is powerful, but these guys on defense aren't too bad themselves.
It'll be a first down for the Marauders just across the 30-yard line. Another flag goes down, and not much running room on the left side that time. Jesse Lumsden again.
Offside white.
The indication is offside against Laval.
Offside, Laval, 5-yard penalty, first down. Well, I think they lined up in neutral zone because it really didn't look like anybody jumped, but nice break for Mac, 1st and 5 with their running game is always a great situation. One guy to really look for, and he's just come in the game, is 33, Christian Konsak. He's the fullback in this scheme. He's 6'2", 240 pounds. He's like having an extra guard in the backfield, and they're going to use him as a lead blocker for Jesse Lumsden today. To me, he's the key. If they can stuff Konsak, they got a chance at Lumsden.
On 1st and 5, Lumsden gets the call, and that should be enough for a first down. Lumsden averaging 9.8 yards a carry during the regular season. He had 5 touchdowns during a regular season game against the Western Mustangs, and 19 rushing touchdowns on the year, 20 in total.
Second down.
Well, you see there the 1497. John's right, almost 9 yards a carry. My goodness. Those are some pretty big numbers. It'll be interesting to see how he averages out today against a defense that they quite haven't seen before.
The quarterback, John Behe, spreads it out a little this time. On 2nd down and less than 2 yards to go. Second about 1.5 yards. And the penalty flags have been flying on this first sequence for McMaster.
Okay. Easy, boy, easy. Okay.
Greg Marshall, 7th season.
McMaster, 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
So it's against McMaster. And that means 2nd down and 7. Slow opening sequence for the Marauders, who haven't made it out across the 35, but still have possession.
Fumble.
The ball is loose. And Laval says, we've recovered. That's the celebration down there. Laval suggesting a recovery of the fumble. And that is, in fact, the case. So the first turnover of the game goes against the Marauders. Never quite had a handle on it. Philip Audette comes up with the loose ball. 1st and 10, Laval.
Is this a special occasion? Hey, see, hon, they even have a maitre d'. It's our anniversary, and I'm treating the missus to a fancy steak dinner. Oh, a new steak burger. It's a fine choice. It's a juicy 5-ounce steak patty, accompanied by succulent bacon and barbecue sauce demi-glaze. Oh, bon appetit. Ooh, fancy schmancy.
The all-new steak burger for a limited time at A&W.
This saved your butt. These are your battle scars. This was meeting a freight train. And this will drive you crazy.
Imagine one day you realized everyone was imitating you, mimicking your every move, trying to be just like you. Now you know what it must feel like to be the Accord from Honda. Often imitated, never equaled.
First turnover of the game goes to Laval. Kyle Peer couldn't hang on to the exchange from the quarterback.
Well, that's the quarterback's responsibility to get it in there. You have to give fault to Behe on that one, but for McMaster, this is their first test in this game against this high-powered Laval offense. And one of the first tests that this McMaster team has had all season. Laval liking to run the ball. Fraser Flores got the call that time. We talked about the 4 running backs who rotate through there. Pierre-Luc Yao is another one. Plamondon along with Basilion. Well, Herta Flores is probably the hottest running back they've had in their playoff run here. He's had 6 touchdowns so far and 5 TDs in 2 playoff games, rather. So he's been really carrying the load. 2nd and 5, Laval. Herta Flores made the catch, but he was wrapped up immediately. Solid defensive play by John Chard, 35. Boy, when you consider John Chard as the middle safety, he read that screen so well, came from a long way away. Not a bad call on 2nd and long against this MAC defense, but give number 35 John Chard credit. He was right there on Herta Flores. He had nowhere to go, and after the turnover, those are 2 huge defensive plays for MAC early in this first quarter. McMaster forcing Laval into another punting situation. Nicholas Racine did not have a good first effort. It traveled less than 25 yards. This one is better. And the bounce inside the 15. Lost again, and it looks like Laval has it again. Nope. McMaster will retain possession on the bobbled ball that time. Rick Andrade had a hard time handling the hot potato. But John, when you consider for Greg Marshall's team here, now they've given up the turnover. We'll go back one more time and have a look at Rick Andre there. Ball come loose. McMaster's really got to do a better job of hanging on to these footballs when you have 2 close teams. Turnovers are key. But for Greg Marshall, hey, they've had a turnover, got the ball back, and they only gave up about 12 yards. Andre recovering his own fumble, so the Marauders are looking at their 2nd offensive sequence and beginning at the 20. Early motion. Lumsden
has a couple. It looked like Laval might have gotten a jump.
Pretty sloppy opening to this game for both teams. Lots of penalties, couple of fumbles, and you know that I'm always concerned that nerves have taken over early for both these teams in a pressure situation because they're certainly not functioning at the level they normally do.
Well, there's lots of pressure on this, obviously, with a Vanier Cup berth on the line.
And I think pressure on Mac, too, because they've lost 3 in a row in this same situation and don't think about that.
4th straight year that McMaster has played in this particular championship.
And you know, Laval, if they keep doing this and it's all key is first down production for Mac today. If they can stick with their running game, they're going to be fine. And they're 1st and 5. This is a good situation for them. Oh, my goodness. Left guard, number 63, Dave Ford. He left early, so, you know, is it lack of concentration right now? I suspect so.
63 red.
Jean-Francois Astigui.
Well, you know, when you play against a quick defensive front, you're trying to get a jump, but goodness, they have to wait for the snap count. Calm down. Now we're back to square one again, back to 1st and 10. Now, this is about the time, if I'm a head coach, I kind of get everybody together and say, look, guys, I know it's a big game, but let's calm down. I mean, we're a good football team. Let's just start playing football.
First and 10. Again. Lumsden. Again. His first carry was his best so far. And this is a team, Laval, that is super against the run. Number 1 defense in the nation, or at least in the conference, I should say, allowing just 86 points through the season. So this is a tough team to score on and to run against.
And you know, that was one of Mac's favorite running plays. They call it a stretch play, where they have Christian Konchak block the end man of the line of scrimmage, and then Jesse Lumsden essentially tries to get to the outside, and Laval stuffed it. So they've done their homework on film. 2nd and long, 2nd and 8. The other side this time, and nothing doing. Well, Philip Audette, number 9, the defensive end. They call him the quick end, and he certainly was on that play. Here you see the dilemma for Mac. They've got 2nd and long, and yet they still try to run the football. But, hey, Laval has done their homework. They've seen what Mac's stretch play, where they try to bounce it to the outside, and they've told their defensive ends, Audette and Robitaille, you guys stick to the outside, and you're going to make life tough for Mac, and they have so far in this first quarter.
Mike Ray. For McMaster, averaging 34.1 on the season. He's inside the 10 for his first punt of the afternoon. Still no score. 7:01 to go. In the opening quarter, Ray gets all of this back inside the Laval 45. And on the return, Prue.
They got the wall.
And Prue lost it. Recovered by McMaster, bouncing right into the hands of the Marauders.
Yeah, Mike Ray, the punter.
He got it, number 20. Kicked it and recovered it. Great emotion at Iverwin and Hamilton. Number 20 drops it. Number 20 picks it up. 1st and 10. McMaster coming up when we return.
What makes Standard Life different is that no matter what I do for you,
I really stand by what I say. I really believe in what I'm doing.
So whether you need a financial or an insurance product,
you will know what to expect.
Because having standards, not just talking about them, but living by them.
That's us.
I give you my word. We give you our word.
Keeping our word is Standard. Standard Life. Investments and insurance for groups and individuals.
Coffee and Coffee Crisp. They both taste great, but which one best suits your lifestyle? First, Coffee Crisp. And now coffee. Coffee crisp. Now coffee. Coffee crisp. Once again with coffee. Clearly, your lifestyle's better suited to coffee crisp. Chocolate wafers mixed with a fun coffee taste of new French vanilla and triple mocha. How do you like your coffee?
The Mitchell Bowl. Ivor Wynne Stadium in Hamilton. Laval and McMaster. Another interesting turn of events here.
Well, Matthew Prue is hit from behind by Josh Armstrong, and the punter, Mike Ray, so alert as he was in coverage to the outside. Laval really had the wall set up on that return, but a big break for McMaster, and so far a pretty sloppy first quarter. A turnover by each team and a couple of fumbles and lots of penalties.
McMaster, a running team without question. And Pierre was the ball carrier.
Well, you know, John, this morning you and I had a great meeting with Glenn Constantine, the head coach of Laval, and he talked about some of the keys for Laval. He said, we think we have an advantage with our receivers against their secondary, but we think the huge key to this game, and there is Glenn, they've got to make Mac throw. John B., he struggled in his throwing against Laurier when they put 7, 8 people up in the box, and here again, 2nd and 5, it is a passing situation.
And that's the first pass. The first one is intercepted.
Pascal Masson. Goodbye.
A 52-yard interception return. McMaster's first pass goes the other way.
Well, a passing situation. This is what Laval wanted to get Mac into. They do it. Pascal Masson absolutely reading the quarterback's eyes. 3 interceptions on the season. No bigger now than his 4th of the year. 52 yards. Laval with another turnover, and they have the early lead.
Easy, okay.
7-0 for Le Rouge et Or. Quarterback John Behe. Good arm, not there. Intercepted on his first pass of the afternoon in Mitchell Bowl 2. And it was smooth sailing all the way for Pascal Masson. The interception here, and he's gone 52 yards the other way for the Laval touchdown.
It's almost like he was in the huddle, John, because he was squatting on that receiver to the outside, Chris Rankin, and Pascal Masson, he just looked from the receiver into the backfield, read the quarterback's eyes, and I mean, he broke on that football so quickly. And a big break early for the Rougeau. Well, you know, when they come in here, too, this is totally a pro McMaster crowd here, and this place got quiet in a hurry.
And the quarterback obviously a little distressed at that turn of events. Right after McMaster had recovered and was looking at an opportunity to take advantage of that turnover.
Well, now it becomes more imperative for Mac to get better production on first down. You saw a shot at Jesse Lumsden, and the pressure will be on them to do that.
This is Lumsden on the return. Still on his feet, Jesse Lumsden. Out across the 45-yard line to about the 47. Pierre-Luc Yao leading the tacklers.
You know, Greg Marshall, John talked to us about, hey, the last 3 times they've lost. They've come this far each season, had great regular seasons, but have not fared too well in past Mitchell Bowls and the UTeck Bowl. But he kind of said maybe this is our time this year.
Well, they have made it to this CIS semifinal 4 years in a row. And this is the best team that Greg Marshall has assembled. Nice play action fake. And this pass is up, and one arm is not enough to bring it in. Conrad Galoji.
Well, very interesting for head coach Greg Marshall to come right back after an interception and go to play action. He had Galoji open downfield, but the ball was just a little overthrown, and not bad as a confidence builder to try and let your quarterback throw right away, but with the incompletion, they're back in that same old boat again on 2nd and long, and this really plays into the hands of the Laval defense.
It's 2nd and 10. McMaster. Rankin flank to the near side. They'll keep it on the ground. It's Lumsden, and he stopped in his tracks. Actually, might have lost a half a yard there.
Donna, was interesting talking to Greg Marshall this morning, and he said, you know what, we're going to have to stay with our game plan. We have to be disciplined, and we have to be patient, because here on 2nd and 10, they still go back to their strength, which is the running game. Now, terrific defense by Laval with Marc-Andre Dion, the defensive tackle, number 99, making the play. But Greg Marshall said, look, if we get down by 14 or even 21, we've still got to run the ball. That's what we do best.
Here's Mike Ray, whose first punt traveled 45 yards, and he recovered the fumble on the return.
Hey, guys, don't hold, don't hold.
Another nice kick by Ray coming down at the 32. Again, it's Prue, and this time he stopped at the 25. Solid tackling upfield. 1st and 10, Laval, when we return.
During Mega Miles bonus time, every time you collect Air Miles reward miles at participating sponsors, you're automatically entered for a chance to win one of 25 trips for 2 to see Diana Krall live in concert in North America. But you can only win if you use your Air Miles card from October 20th until November 30th during Mega Miles bonus time. Complete contest rules available at airmiles.ca.
Give me the bag. You got to hit the bag harder, son. Get back up and get in line. You can't come at the dummy like that. You gotta act like you want to hit the dummy, son. And everybody else in line, you gotta act like you want to hit the dummy. Get back up. Now hit the bag. Good job. There you go. That's the way you hit the bag.
This life doesn't get much better. Looking back on all the times together, can I see you tonight? Memories are so strong. Please don't wait too long. See you tonight. Hey, I see you tonight.
Mitchell Bowl 2 from Iverwin and Hamilton. It's 6 degrees, a beautiful afternoon, a light breeze, and the field is in absolutely perfect condition. Terrific crowd on hand. They're talking about 17,000 here. And this is the 3rd home game for McMaster played in this ballpark. 1st and 10, Laval at the 25. And the pressure is on the McMaster defense after giving up the interception. Nice tackle by Chris Barantisis.
And he is an interchangeable linebacker, and he came and really filled the hole perfectly. Now Mac gets into the defense they like to use, the dime defense. They bring in 23, Byron Dinter. Linebacker comes out, expecting Matthew Bertrand to have to go to the air on 2nd and long.
Bertrand is not afraid to put it up. Complete far side, and they'll be a little shy of the first down. Nicholas Passion made the catch, number 24.
Well, that's great defense on 2nd and 10, forcing Bertrand to throw underneath the coverage. You have to rely on good tackling. Mac gets that from Jesse Card, and that is a good solid stand for Mac. And I suspect, John, the way the momentum and flow of this first quarter is going, Mac is going to have a very good defensive day, because so far their offense just has not been able to get on track at all.
Chris Rankin ready to return for McMaster. Nicholas Racine struggled with his first punt in particular, standing back inside Laval's 20. Low snap. Racine won't get it away. Well, he did get it away, but he didn't kick it. An ineligible receiver, I'm absolutely sure of making the catch. Well, maybe not, depending on it, but it's going to be McMaster ball. Anyway,
Poor snap.
77.
Poor snap to Nicholas Racine right there, and he's got no chance. He just throws it up. 97, Jean-Philippe Abraham made the catch, but it's going to be the turnover. Mac gets a huge break to get him back into this game, trailing by 7.
Yeah, that wasn't exactly a heads-up play by the kicker. Here is the opportunity that McMaster has been waiting for. Jesse Lumsden stopped by the initial pressure, breaks to the outside and has a couple, and that's all. Philip Gauthier making the stop on Lumsden, who was expecting this kind of an afternoon from a defense that sets up as solidly as this one.
And you know, they tried to run against the 2 tackles of Laval, and those are Lumsden's numbers so far, not near the 9 yards he averaged throughout the regular season, but Alexandre Jacob, 39, and 99, Marc-Andre Dion, the 2 defensive tackles, they really do a great job of plugging up the middle, and of course they've got speed covering on the outside.
This is 2nd and 8, McMaster. Completes, but not enough for a first down. Behe hooking up with Conrad Glogie.
So it's decision time. They're awfully close to a first down. Looks like they might be just a little bit short, but a confidence builder for Behe. He was able to complete a ball, and they get it close to first down. I mean, when you get a turnover like this in another team's territory, you truly want to take advantage and put some points on the board.
McMaster electing to go for the field goal. Timeout on the field with Marc-Andre Dion being tended to down near the 20-yard line.
The one beauty for McMaster is, though, Mike Ray is a terrific field goal kicker. Good punter, too, and but 23 of 33 on the season, but I watched him in the warm-up and was really impressed. Now, hey, warm-up is one thing, game's a different thing. You know that, John, but this guy's got a good leg, strong leg. However, I believe that they're going to go gambling in this situation. I don't blame them.
3rd down. It's a long yard necessary for a first down for McMaster. And we'll see where they spot the ball. It looks like they have the necessary yardage from the indication down there from the official. It will be a first down, McMaster.
You know, John, I think that was a good call. People will say, well, you know, quarterback sneak, it's not much of a play. But you know what? When you send Jesse Lumsden and Christian Konsak one way and the quarterback goes the other, especially with such a great running game, I think that's a pretty smart play.
Well, I think it is, too, because I would be pretty sure that Laval would be keying on Lumsden in a situation like that.
Absolutely.
Behe had some decent rushing yardage through the season. McMaster first down. Now it's Lumsden's turn.
Okay.
And there were 4 Laval players waiting for Lumsden as he crossed the line of scrimmage.
But there you see number 99, Marc-Andre Dion, and number 97 was Jean-Philippe Abraham from his linebacker spot. But 99 Dion is the most tenacious player on this team. He plays hard every single play. He's 270 pounds. He can push the pocket and pass rush. And if Mac thinks they're going to pick on this guy today, I think they're going to have to reevaluate that, because they've been trying to pound that middle with no success at all.
Fear and Lumsden, the running backs, on 2nd down. 2nd and long. It opens up momentarily and closes rather quickly for the McMaster quarterback. Matthew Prue was there to wrap up John Behe. So now the field goal unit heads out this time for real, with Laval leading 7-0.
No, we asked Greg Marshall about Laval's secondary and asked for his evaluation of that group, and Marshall said they have a great secondary. They can play one-on-one, they can play zone, and they are all fast. And that time, Behe had nowhere to go.
Here's Mike Ray. squarely through, and McMaster gets on the board with 17 seconds to go in the opening quarter. Mike Ray has the field goal, and it's 7-3 Laval in the Mitchell Bowl.
Introducing the new Chevrolet Optra. It's stylish, even when you're not.
Mike Ray with a 21-yard field goal, and it's 7-3 Laval leading McMaster. First down for LaRouge-Aort, and this is their big guy receiver, Jean-Frédéric Tremblay. Tremblay with 999 all-purpose yards in the season, 54 receptions, 853 yards, and he was number 2 in the nation for those 54 catches. That's the final play of the opening quarter. First and 10 Laval when the second quarter begins.
This Sports Center update is brought to you by Adidas, developed with athletes.
Hey everybody, Corey Warren back here at the Sports Center newsroom. We'll get you back to more football in a moment or two, but first a look at the next edition of Sports Center coming up at 6 o'clock Eastern time. Afternoon hockey, Rangers and Devils second period. New Jersey leading 1-0, looking to add to that lead. Jamie Langenbrunner gets his 7th of the season. That makes it a 2-0 game, and here they come again. Brian Giunta will get the marker. Christian Berglund would add another as the Devils now lead this game 4-0 with play in the third. Final preparations for Sunday's 91st Grey Cup game from Regina are wrapping up. The Alouettes and Eskimos will go through final practices this afternoon at Taylor Field. Now, elsewhere, according to ESPN, the personal trainer for Barry Bonds is the target of a grand jury investigation involving the steroid THG. We'll have all the latest coming up on Sports Center, 6 o'clock Eastern time, 3 o'clock Pacific. We've got more football on the way.
Getting down to my favorite place. Always puts a smile on my face. Oh, my friend, I hope to see you there tonight. I'm there for you. You're there for me too. I'm there for you. You're there for me. Can't you see I'm there for you?
If these walls could talk, they'd say use the new Straight Line Stud Finder. The sensor activates on contact, so you just locate, mark, and there's your stud. Stud Finder, part of the Straight Line Laser Tool family.
Right now, pick up a free Wood Pro kit at a steel dealer near you. Get real power. Steel, built to last, priced to sell.
Two high-powered offenses, as we pointed out a few seconds ago. Not much to show for the opening quarter in yards or anything there.
Well, you know, you and I discussed it. What's going to give in a game like this when you've got terrific offensive teams and both teams think they have great defenses? So it's very interesting to see how this game will unfold. But in the first quarter, neither offense really got into any kind of flow, and maybe that's because the defense has stepped up.
First and 10, and that one was almost picked off. A very similar situation than the one we saw in the opening quarter with Pascal Masson taking it all the way.
Manny Furtado, we call him Nelly for obvious reasons. He stepped in, read the play perfectly from his outside linebacking spot, and got in front of Romeo, and he could have had a pretty easy touchdown had he been able to hang on to that football. Both defenses anticipating so well here in this first half.
And that's what we've seen, a defensive struggle so far. Second and 10 Laval. Bertrand hit as he throws over the middle, and no chance for the catch.
What a series for Furtado. Almost has the interception, and that time came on the blitz and hit Bertrand just as he was getting ready to throw. McMaster on second and long, not afraid to bring extra people on the blitz. Pottinger, the middle linebacker up the middle, should have been caught by Plamondon. No, excuse me, Bassion. I'll get him all right. But there you see Furtado, what a terrific play from the outside. And as a left-handed quarterback, Bertrand did not see him coming from his right-hand side.
So Racine is in again. McMaster hanging in against Laval with very little offense shown by the Marauders so far. Rankin is deep, and Racine has struggled as the kicker for the Le Rouge are.
Well, he needs to get a better snap from his center.
Number 25 called it. And his first punt traveled just 20 yards, and that was not the center's fault.
Eric Poirier, number 89, comes in as the long snapper. The last time he put it in the ground, there he is, Poirier, and boy, oh boy, your heart must be pounding the next time you come in, and you know you got to fire a strike back to your kicker. Don't think McMack won't put somebody right on the nose to give him an extra shot here, too.
Easy! Let him go!
Racine had time. It's not that deep. Taken on the run, but nowhere to go for Andrade. Rick Andrade stumbled out of bounds after a 25-yard punt. So Racine with a 20-yarder to start, followed up by a difficult time on the exchange and a 25-yard punt here. And there's an injured Marauder down, Andrade.
Well, give Andrade credit. He did what I love to see returners do, is come up and not let that ball bounce. Don't give that kicker any cheap yardage, and although he injured himself on the play, tough to see exactly what happened. He just kind of tripped.
Oh, he landed on the ball. That's what happened.
Well, there you go.
It's the Mitchell Bowl from Iverwin in Hamilton on a perfect Saturday afternoon.
Andrade, a third-year running back for McMaster, doesn't get a whole lot of playing time because he's behind Jesse Lumsden. And Lumsden, of course, third best all-time rushing yardage this year. But Andrade, John, I think you mentioned he just kind of fell on that football.
He's a Hamilton native, and we'll expect to see him back before this afternoon is over. He's still being tended to.
My name is Butch.
Tina.
My nickname is Bobo.
I'm Greer.
I love to travel. Good food.
I love ice cream.
Music. Rock and roll.
I pretty much listen to anything.
Country music.
Just not country. I love Broadway musicals. Dancing's the best. I've never been to a club.
You definitely don't want to see me dancing.
Esquire.
Esquire.
All right, that's it. I've had it.
Rick Andrade still being helped out by the medical staff. He did well to hang on to the ball, control it, and he rolled out of bounds there, landed on it, and that would apparently be what was his problem. He's up now. First and 10. Marauders wide open. Nice catch. Conrad Glogy. Nope, couldn't hang on.
Looked like he had it.
I thought he had it. He spun around, and I guess it would have been a nice catch if he'd held on.
Tell you what I like, though. I like the offensive suggestion on first down here with play action. It looked, you're right, John. It looked like he caught it initially, but the official had a great angle at it. But you know what? You're a running team. Everybody on defense is thinking run. Play action's not a bad thing, but you've got to complete some balls because now you're in the bad situation again, a second and long, but I like the call.
Marauders looking at second and 10 and looking to put it up again. No such opportunity for Behe here. Francis Boivin coming through, number 92. And he had the McMaster quarterback wrapped up.
And he's the leading tackler, the middle linebacker. Watch in the middle of your screen, 92. He's going to take an outside pursuit through a gap. And really the key was Philippe Odette from the outside, the rush end. He stayed so wide that Behe had nowhere to go. He sent him back inside to his buddy, the middle linebacker, Francis Boivin. and a very tough stand by Laval. Well, John, we heard about offense. I'm impressed with both defenses.
Kicking game is being won by the Marauders so far this afternoon with Mike Ray. Barely getting that one away, but still he gets some distance on it and a bit of a roll. Flag down back in the vicinity of the Marauder kicker as Here Yanicelio comes up with the ball.
Well, it was funny. Mike Ray, the punter, just kind of baited the rushers because he looked like he was so casual about getting that ball off that the Laval rushers just kept coming. Watch Mike Ray here. He just really kind of slows it down a little bit. And
he barely got it away, but then he goes down.
Well, I tell you, I take another look at this because if this is roughing, I'm your uncle, John.
Didn't they try to? Oh, no, it's acting is what it is. You give the kid an Oscar is what you give him. Ray went down, and I thought a Laval player was actually trying to hold him up so that there wouldn't be a penalty call. It'll be first down, Laval. Rougier beginning this drive outside the 45, but just on the ground. And the running game has not been used extensively. Nicholas Basselion, number 24 that time.
Yeah, and Jason Pottinger, the middle linebacker, there you see him, number 51, really slashed through beautifully to make the play. And his head coach, Greg Marshall, said he is going to be the next best linebacker in CIS play. You know, they lost a couple of pretty good linebackers last year, Ray Moise to the Argos and Mike Botterhill, who's with the Alouettes at the Grey Cup. They replaced him with Pottinger, and he's terrific.
This is second down. Wide open. No catch. Philip Plamondon was wide open and couldn't bring that one in. He's an all-conference all-star. All-purpose yards, 851 on the season. 346 yards on 24 receptions, but this one eluded him.
And he's the best receiver out of the backfield that Laval has, and he should have had it. Had he been able to make the catch, there was no one near him. He would have scored, but he just could not make the play. Mack has dodged a few bullets here in this first half.
Marauders definitely hanging in. Racine deep to kick it for Laval and looking for a little extra protection here on third down. Charges on, and that's his best kick of the day. Racine puts it down inside the 15. Rankin rolled out after a 45-yard punt, about a 7-yard return. First and 10, McMaster in the Mitchell Bowl when we return.
Everything's better when it's free. So shop smart and use your Air Miles card to get everything from home stuff to gift certificates. You want it, it's yours.
No one knows Buckley's like the people who use it. So we thought who better to help us answer a few letters.
Dear Buckley's, the first time I tried your mixture, I was really surprised by the taste. I don't like it. But whenever I have a cold, I always end up taking Buckley's because it works. How did you know people would keep coming back? I guess because they couldn't care less how it tastes. They just wanted results.
Buckley's. It tastes awful, and it works.
You are no longer here on this stage. You are in your car, driving. When I clap my hands, you will awake.
free. Pontiac, built for drivers.
Congratulations once more to the St. Mary's Huskies back in the Vanier Cup next Saturday at Skydome. St. Mary's, two-time Vanier Cup champions, looking to make it 3 in a row. And they'll meet either the Marauders or Le Rouge et Or from Laval University. First down. McMaster. This drive begins at the 20. Kyle Peer, the fullback from Belleville, Ontario, in his 3rd year of studying geography at McMaster.
Well, Kyle Peer averaging 7.1 yards a carry on the season. Lumsden at almost 9 yards a carry, but things have not been too rosy here in the first half for these two running backs, as Laval has done a terrific job at stopping the run.
Strength of the Laval defense, many believe, is against the run. McMaster looking to put it up and high, intended for Jesse Lumsden.
Well, John, one of the things that Greg Marshall talked about today was he said, look, we obviously have to run the ball to be successful, but if we have to go to our passing game, he said John Behe, quite frankly, struggled last week against Laurier when we had to throw the football, when they forced us to throw. Now, there you see the passing yards so far in this game. They are struggling in that department. We asked him, would you hesitate to put in freshman Adam Archibald, who is a much better thrower, even though he's a younger player, and Marshall said, I wouldn't hesitate. So we'll see if that maybe develops throughout this game, if in fact Mac has to throw the ball to have a chance to win.
Mike Ray.
Okay, guys, don't hold
on 3rd down. Nice kick. Coming down at the 50.
Okay, it's over. It's over.
Yanisello gets inside McMaster territory with a 10-yard return after a 37-yard punt. And here comes the all-conference quarterback, most outstanding player nominee in the Quebec Conference again, unanimous all-conference all-star. One more time, Matthew Bertrand, who's 26 years old and in his final year of eligibility.
I would hope so at 26.
This drive begins for Laval inside McMaster territory at the 50. Play action fake, well executed, wide open receiver far side. It's the #1 target, J. Frederick Tremblay.
McMaster ball, Josh Armstrong. The ball popped loose. Josh Armstrong was right there to make the play.
And Glenn Constantine is not happy about the turn of events with a flag down as well.
Well, he kind of jumped out onto the field to argue the call, but Tremblay with a great catch on the bootleg. But the ball definitely